Morning, my lady.
Morning, my lady.
Where is the witness?
May it please the court, my lady. Morning.
Good morning. You can just call the matter into the record, Erin.
Okay. Today is the 29th of November 2021, calling the matter of life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021.
Thank you very much. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. I see Ms. Mbuweni's hand is up.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Martin, you also want to say something?
Yes, my lady. Sorry, I'll be very short. A few minutes ago, I received a message from my attorneys informing me that Dr. Selbano is quite ill today. He normally sits with the attorneys and observes the proceedings, and the instructions are fed to me. But today it appears as though he's going to be at home, and as I understand it, although he will try and watch the proceedings on YouTube, he's likely to actually spend a large portion of today in bed. It only becomes an issue if the next witness starts today and I'm unable to take instructions for cross-examination. It's likely that if I were to cross-examine, it would be very short, but be that as it may, it might be that I might have to ask your ladyship to allow us the indulgence to have somebody else go first, if that does happen.
Okay. No, thank you very much for the message. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Mboweni?
My lady, may I please quote my lady, my hand is not up.
Oh, okay. So it means it was
My
Mr.
apologies.
Martin.
I misread
Okay.
something.
No. Okay. You may proceed.
Yes, please the court. My lady.
Yes, who's that?
It's Advocate Mapiane. If I may kindly interject before the proceeding.
Where were you? You don't even tell us that you're not attending the proceedings. What is happening? That energy is gone. I don't know what is happening. And you know you are the person who I can see easily that you are not there.
Yes, my lady. I would formally want to withdraw today, my lady, since I've been in consultation with my senior, namely Mr. Sbar, and he has advised me that it would be prejudicial if I stay on as an observer.
Huh?
Pardon, my lady?
Yes, continue. I couldn't hear what you were saying.
I would like to formally withdraw today.
What is the problem?
29th of it's mainly due to financial instructions on the part of the client. So my attorneys have advised me that we should focus on other matters since the year is closing. The court will be closing soon, so we should focus on other matters instead of this one. Hence today, on the 29th of November 2021, I would like to formally tender in my withdrawal.
Who's the owner of Bupilum?
Is Dr. Beauty Khan.
Is she present in these proceedings?
She's not present today. I was looking at the participants, my lady, and I failed to see her.
But why is she not attending the proceedings?
He used to leave it to in my capable hands, and then I would give a feedback since he's.
It can't work like that. I mean, I clearly spelled it out at the beginning that some of these people must attend the proceedings. So now if you are there, you as representatives are here and they don't come. Now I want to confirm whether indeed she agrees to what you are doing, but what can we do?
What I'll do is today I will courteously sit in and I will tell her on the next proceedings she has to avail herself.
You just try to call her and advise her that she must be, we have to hear what her intentions are going forward.
Yes, please the court, my lady, I will. Thank you for giving me the time to express more.
Yeah, Mr. Mapianya, on behalf of Mashimon Surman, the owner thereof is Ms. Beauty Kekana, is withdrawing as the counsel in this matter. So the attorneys are also withdrawing.
Yes, they are the ones who gave me the mandate.
Who are the attorneys?
Nemaston, TM Nemaston attorneys.
Nema? TM?
TM Nemaston. If I can spell it, is NEMA.
Nemas.
SE. TONI. As please the court.
Nemaston attorneys, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mapian.
As please the court.
Excused.
Thank you, madam.
I started with this copy. I mean, Edward. Nine, you can just, all the days you write live Esidimeni Inquest.
Can I ask you to mute your mic? I cannot always be doing this. Please, you have to respect these proceedings. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. Mr. Martin, can you please put your hand down? Continue,
Apologies,
Mr.
my lady.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, before I continue with my cross-examination, there's also just an indulgence that I seek from your ladyship. I have an appointment at 4 o'clock this afternoon that I have to attend. May I be excused at 3:30 from the proceedings?
Okay.
Mr. Martin,
We
my
hope by
instructor,
that time you'll be done.
I will be done this morning, my lady.
Okay.
Thank you, my
Just
lady.
remind the court, please.
I will do so, my lady.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, Mrs. Sinello.
Good morning, Counsel.
Mrs. Sinello, you will recall that during the course of your cross-examination by me last Friday, you stated that you had extensive exposure to and knowledge of Life Esidimeni and the quality of its care over many years. You recall that?
I do recall, Counsel.
And on the whole, your evidence was that the care was of a satisfactory standard.
I agree. I recall, Counsel.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Sinello, you testified that specifically, as I understood, and if I misunderstood, you are welcome to correct it, that on the 12th of May 2016, and that appears to have been when Chepong NGO was specifically involved, there was a shortage of clothing. Do you recall that?
I do recall.
Am I correct in my interpretation that this was specifically on the 12th of May 2016?
Yes, on the 12th of May 2016.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Buthelezi, the nursing service manager at Life Esidimeni at the time, in her evidence, denied that this had been the case. May I refer you to page 33891 in case lines?
I have found it, Counsel.
Thank you. Will you read from line 15 onwards, please? It starts with Ms. Mbuweni. And if you can read up to the next page, line 6.
I've read it.
Thank you. You'll see that Ms. Mboweni put the following statement to Ms. Buthelezi from line 14. Now it is my client's evidence that at the time of this charge, I suspect that should be discharge, they had to go to the laundry and look for shoes and clothing items for some of the mental health care users. And you were there with them and you were aware that they were looking for clothing items for some of the mental health care users. And Ms. Buthelezi answered, it is not true. Now, the first thing I want to put to you, is it your allegation that there were only some of those mental health care users that required additional clothing and shoes?
Yes, some of them did not have shoes, and she was aware because we asked her, and she gave some slippers, and for the clothing, Dr. Nkwane personally went to the laundry to ask for clothing.
Right. Now, assuming that that is correct, which is denied by Ms. Buthelezi, it would then appear that the majority of the users had sufficient clothing and shoes.
Yes, some. I said some of them didn't have.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, you'll see that, or as you have seen, Ms. Buthelezi denies that that was the case. And you'll see from line 21, Ms. Mboweni then continues. So all the mental health care users had clothing at the time, their own clothing. They were not in need of clothing at the time of discharge. And Ms. Buthelezi answered, mental health care users were transferred with clothes. We had mental health care users who had their own clothing. Because of their level of functioning, they were able to take care of their own clothes. We had mental health care users who were unable to take care of their clothes. They were given clothes, especially those that were going to an NGO. They were given clothes, and they were also given the clothes that were donated by the families. Do you disagree with that, Ms. Sanello?
I said some of them didn't have clothes, so I'm not sure which ones were having clothes which were donated and which ones had their personal clothing.
Right. Now, given the acknowledged fact, and so far this had been acknowledged by all the non-life Esidimeni witnesses, such as Mr. Musenochi and Dr. Lebete, given the history of life Esidimeni's care of mental health care users over a period of almost reaching 40 years, can you think of any reason why life Esidimeni would not have provided users with their appropriate clothing and shoes?
I wouldn't think of any because I've just testified that some didn't have, and Ms. Buthelezi was aware that they did not have. So I wouldn't be able, I'm not in a position to say why they didn't have or what, I don't know.
Would you agree with me that it doesn't fit in with an organization that had over so many years cared satisfactorily for the users in their care?
In my evidence, I said some. This is what I observed, that they did not have. I don't know about their reputation of being there for 38 years. I'm just giving evidence on what I observed.
Yes, Ms. Sanello, my question was, would you agree with me that it just doesn't fit in with what one would have expected of that organization, given the good quality of care over many years?
I can't agree with you. I don't know.
On what basis don't you agree that it doesn't fit in with how they had cared over the years?
They have cared over the years, but that day when they were transferring, there were no clothes. So I wouldn't be able to answer any other question about their reputation.
I'm not asking you. You've already stated that their reputation was good and that as far as you were concerned, the care that they had given to users had been satisfactory. Now, my question to you is a simple one, Ms. Sanello. Not giving clothing and shoes to users being discharged seems to run counter to this established history of good care, does it not? It's a yes or no answer.
I would say yes, because they were caring for the users.
Yes. Thank you very much. Are you aware of any of the affected NGOs having lodged formal complaints with either the Department of Health or Life Esidimeni regarding the alleged lack of clothing and shoes?
It was mainly Tsepong on the NGOs I have adopted. It was Tsepong.
Yes, but are you aware whether they brought this formally to the attention of the Department of Health or not?
Yes, they did. They did. They wrote consents. Tsepong wrote consents, and which were given to Dr. Manamel.
Can you refer me to those complaints in the documentation before this court?
I'm not sure, because it was in an email which they sent to Dr. Manamel. So I'm not sure whether it was loaded.
So you don't know if it was loaded. Do you mean you don't know if it was sent or received?
Whether it was loaded in the case lines, but it was received.
I understand. Okay, well, we'll probably hear from Tsepong in due course. The evidence of representatives of Life Esidimeni was that no such complaint was ever brought to their attention. You are not in a position to dispute that, are you?
No, not in a position to dispute that.
Thank you. But on your evidence, if it is accepted by this court, and it is still denied by Life Esidimeni, that there had been users who did not have sufficient clothing or shoes, your evidence is that you and Dr. Lenkwane ensured that they in fact ultimately left with sufficient clothing and shoes.
Yes.
So when they arrived at the NGOs, all of them would have had sufficient clothing and shoes.
They would have what they were wearing, but they did not have a second attire.
Then I don't understand, Ms. Sanello, what additional clothing did you and Dr. Lenkwane then provide them with, if they only had the clothing on them?
We didn't get enough for all of them. Remember, there were 85 patients who left for Tsepong that day. Not all of them could get clothing.
That was the day when only 50 patients were supposed to have left.
Yes, and so 85 ultimately left.
Yes. I'll deal with that in argument further. As regards the allegations that, once again, some of the users were sick dirty, unkempt. Does that also relate to the 12th of May 2016?
On the 12th of May, as I've indicated, they left in a satisfactory condition. I did not observe, or there was no report that patients were unkept and dirty on that day.
Nor that they were sick.
Yes, as I've already testified, that there were no complaints that patients were sick, as the two teams, people who were nursing the patient and those who were receiving the patient in NGO, they never reported anything that day. And I did not observe any sick patient.
Yes. So, Ms. Sanello, your evidence then, as I understand it, is that these allegations are untrue.
The allegations of people being sick, leaving the place, for me, they are not true.
Thank you. Ms. Sanello, I want to refer you on this issue to case lines 34044. It is once again the evidence of Ms. Buthelezi. If you can read from line 8 up to the second last line on that page.
I must read from line 8.
Line 8 to the second last line. So line 24.
Okay. I have read it.
Thank you, Ms. Sanello. You'll see that this relates to my examination of Ms. Buthelezi on this issue of patients having allegedly been sick or malnourished, etc. And you'll see that I put to her from line 8, I said, Ms. Buthelezi, if any particular NGO had, on arriving at a Life Esidimeni facility, and let us keep to Waverley, if an NGO had arrived or officials of an NGO had arrived at a Life Esidimeni facility to collect users that were being discharged to that NGO, and they had been of the opinion that the users were either too sick or malnourished or otherwise unfit either to be discharged or to be taken to that particular NGO, what would you have expected them to do? And Ms. Buthelezi answered, not to take that patient. Would you agree with that answer?
I would totally agree.
Thank you. And I assume you would also expect such an NGO to raise that issue formally with the Department of Health, would you not?
Yes, I agree.
Can you recall whether any of them did so?
As I've indicated, I'm sure a few days after they have received the patients, they raised concerns, and it was written to Dr. Manamela in an email by Tsepo.
But you don't know, you don't have that email, do you?
Yes, I don't have that email at hand.
Okay, well, let's keep that over then until we have such an email. If you can then go back to page 34044, and I then put the further question to Ms. Buthelezi. I said, if any, well, let me rephrase that. Were you aware of any complaints or reports by any NGO or hospital that patients who had been discharged to such NGO or hospital had been sick, malnourished, dirty, or did not have sufficient clothing or medication? And I said, you are shaking your head. Can you answer? And she said, sorry, Harry, no such report was ever received by us. Now, I assume you cannot dispute that no such report was ever received by Life Esidimeni.
I cannot dispute that. I don't know.
Thank you. Ms. Sanello, if we can step off that issue and deal with another aspect. You referred in your evidence to, if I may interrupt myself, I believe this was during cross-examination. It may have been by Mr. Pinard, but I'm not sure now. You stated that Life Esidimeni could have transferred and could have discharged all these users on their own. Do you remember that evidence?
Yes, I do.
And you referred to them having done so in the case of Witpoort. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do, Councillor.
Now, let's just put that into context, Ms. Sanello. I have already dealt with the absence of knowledge of the NGOs involved, of the admission criteria and so on, so I'm not going to deal with that again. But as far as Witpoort was concerned, this was prior to the commencement of the termination project, was it not?
Yes, it was. I agree.
So this was totally unrelated to the termination project, the Witpoort.
It was not related to the project. I was making an example that they have actually closed down other facilities and done the process on their own.
Yes. But the difference, Ms. Sanello, is that the transfers from Witpoort, which at that stage was a Life Esidimeni facility, involved transfers to other Life Esidimeni facilities, not so?
Yes, it included, because we were also supporting them, it included transfer to other Life Esidimeni, to the NGOs, and to our hospitals. Yes.
So all of those receiving facilities were known to Life Esidimeni, not only as regards the identification of those facilities, but also their admission criteria. You will agree?
Yes, I would agree.
So Life Esidimeni was, in the instance of the Witpoort transfers, able on their own, with foreknowledge of both the identity and the admission criteria of those facilities, able to match users to a receiving facility and to make the necessary transfers. Not so?
I agree.
So that is completely different from the termination project. You would agree?
Yes, but as I said, I was making an example that we were wondering, why are we involved? Because before, Life Esidimeni could do things on their own.
Yes, and as would have been clear from what I put to you as regards Mr. Mosenogi's evidence, the difference was that the termination project was entirely a Gauteng Department of Health project, in which the department was to make the decisions and advise life Esidimeni of what was required. You've already conceded that you agree with that. Not so.
I agree with that. But
Thank you.
remember, we were sent to life Esidimeni because Dr. Manamela realized that they were not doing the process as they usually do. So we went there to facilitate that process, which they usually do, of transferring to NGOs and hospitals.
Yes, Ms. Sanello, we've dealt with that. You were sent to the Life Esidimeni facilities because it was a Gauteng Department of Health project, in which the Gauteng Department of Health was the senior partner, if I could put it in those terms, and in charge of what needed to be done. That is why you were there.
I have testified that we were allocated there because it was stated that Life Esidimeni was informed to do the process, but it seems that's what Dr. Manamela said, they're dragging their feet. So if we can go and facilitate the move.
Yes, well, we'll hear from Dr. Manamela in due course. What you are conveying to her ladyship is hearsay evidence of what Dr. Manamela is alleged to have said. Not so.
This is how, yes, this is my testimony.
Yes.
That's how we landed at Life Esidimeni.
Yes. You had no first-hand evidence of Life Esidimeni having dragged its feet.
No, I don't have that.
Yes. Thank you. Now, you have testified, and this was specifically with regard to Chepong on the 12th of May 2016, about the difficulties created by last-minute changes in numbers. Do you agree?
I do agree.
Sanello, may I ask you to turn to case lines 1511?
Okay.
I get the page number again.
It is 1511, my lady.
Yes, continue.
Do you have it, Ms. Sanello?
Yes, it's an affidavit by Dr. Rabia Wadvala.
Yes. Dr. Rabia Wadvala, and you remember that on Friday I pointed out to you with reference to the letters of appointment that Dr. Wadvala was one of the doctors who had been appointed by Dr. Manamela to assist in the transfer process. Do you recall that?
Yes, he was appointed to do medical examinations.
That's correct. Would you please turn to page 1516?
Yes, I've got it.
Thank you. And would you please read paragraphs 25 to 27?
Paragraph
25 to 27.
I have read it, Counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Sanello. I'm going to read it into the record. and then refer you to specific aspects. Paragraph 25, a few days before 12 May 2016, we were informed that Chepong was ready to receive 70 mental health care users and that they had to be male, intellectually disabled and ambulant mental health care users. Dr. Kota saw the mental health care users and he had discussion with me regarding the identity of the mental health care users from the different wards. Now, just by way of background, Ms. Sinello, Ms. Buthelezi, although she wasn't sure, said that Dr. Kota was one of the Life Esidimeni doctors at the Baneng facility. Can you perhaps comment?
I think Dr. Kota was in Randfontein because Dr. Wadvala also worked in Randfontein and Randwest.
Okay. Well, it would appear that on this day they were assisting at Chepong, or at this stage. Oh, not at Chepong, at Waverley.
No.
Would this be at Randfontein?
Oh, this is Randfontein. You have referred me to the activities, Randfontein activities.
Yes. So I just want to get clarity. Did Chepong receive mental health care users from both Waverley and Randfontein on 12 May 2016?
Yes. They came to Waverley first, and then I understand, as I heard later, that they proceeded to Randfontein.
So it would seem that on the 12th of May, they were supposed to have received 50 mental health care users from Waverley, but ultimately left with 85.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
And then, in addition, they were to receive on the same day 70 mental health care users from Randfontein.
Yes, if they got them on the 12th, that means they got it was the second batch.
Yes, so that would be a total of 155 mental health care users in a single day to a single facility. Does that seem to you to be a good practice to transfer such a large amount of mental health care users on a single day to one facility?
It's not a good practice. And when I testified, I even said Miss Murale insisted that she's actually licensed for 170. She wanted to have 170 on that same day. That's why
she wanted to have how many? I'm sorry?
170 patients, because she said she was licensed for 170.
Thank you. If we can go to paragraph 26.
Just a second, Mr.
My apologies, my lady.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Paragraph 26. On very short notice on 11 May 2016 at 1600, the manageress from Chepong, that would be Karina Morale, not so?
Yeah, yes, Councillor.
Called and advised that she could no longer have the intellectually disabled male mental health care users. The Life Esidimeni staff had to prepare female and male psychiatric mental health care users not older than a specified age. Now, Ms. Sinello, would you agree with me that such a change at 4 o'clock in the afternoon will create tremendous difficulty and upheaval to now identify and prepare 70 alternative users?
I would agree, Councillor.
Thank you. The Life Esidimeni staff had to prepare the morning of 12 May 2016, we had to select 70 mental health care users who fitted the profile, and they needed physical examinations, records, medication, and prescriptions. Dr. Manamela was present on the 12th, and she went into the wards during the selection process. Now, if I may stop there for a moment, if this was at Randfontein, you would not have been present, would you?
No, I wouldn't have.
Are you aware that Dr. Manamela attended the transfer processes from time to time?
I haven't seen her in Waverley, but I understand she was there sometime in Waverley, but maybe I was not in that day.
Thank you. Although the bus arrived early the morning, it only departed late that afternoon. Ms. Zanello, would you agree with me that, especially bearing in mind the nature of mental health care users, and when I refer to nature, you will recall that we dealt with that on Friday. In a nutshell, they are vulnerable. They require a structured environment, and they can regress very quickly if their environment is disturbed. You would agree with that?
I do agree.
Now, to have such an amount, well, even not such a big amount, but to have mental health care users wait an entire day would not be to their benefit, would it?
It wouldn't, because they would only get breakfast and lunch, because they are no longer in the ward, meaning that I remember on the same day, because they left late, that we requested that they be given food parcels for lunch.
Yes, that's quite right. That was the evidence as well of Ms. Buthelezi. And that is confirmed by what Dr. Wadvala says in paragraph 27. These types of changes caused significant upheaval, frustration and anguish for staff and mental health care users. You would agree with that? That would be the result, not so?
Definitely, it would also upset us, even if we were not Life Esidimeni staff.
Because you can see what's happening to these users, and you can see that they are probably becoming agitated, becoming concerned, and definitely regressing, not so?
Yes, Councillor.
So when they would arrive at their destination, they would certainly not be calm and collected and as they were when they were in their safe environment at Life Esidimeni. They would be completely different, wouldn't they?
Yes, I agree, Councillor.
Thank you. Ms. Zanello, to close off, and I'm going to read further from Dr. Wadvala's affidavit and ask you whether you agree with it. In paragraph 28, she says, subsequent to the Chepong issue, the pace of the process increased. We received almost daily notification that NGOs were ready to receive mental health care users. And on some days, 3 to 4 NGOs would arrive to collect mental health care users. They would arrive early in the morning and the transport vehicles would only depart in the late afternoon. Ms. Salome Mashile, she was at Randfontein, was she not?
Yes, Councillor.
Would not allow the NGO staff to leave until all the requirements had been met from the Life Esidimeni side. Ms. Zanello, would this description also fit what happened at Waverley?
Yes, it would fit the same thing, because if you remember, I said that they had the staff from NGO together with Life Esidimeni. They have to actually look at the patient and see whether are they physically okay, are there no bruises or any injuries on them. So that was one of the requirements.
Yes, and we've dealt with your involvement and Dr. Lenkwane's involvement in that process. I'm not going to repeat that. Paragraph 29, there were definite targets that had to be met in terms of the number of mental health care users that had to be placed. You will confirm that that was also the case at Waverley?
Yes.
The department set specific targets that had to be met. Not so.
Yes, Councillor.
At the end of May 2016, Waverley Care Centre was closed and the mental health care users that could not be placed were transferred to Rand West Care Centre. The Gauteng Department of Health officials that had been placed at Waverley then joined their colleagues at West Rand Care Centre, focusing on placing the Waverley mental health care users and Witpoort / Waverley mental health care users placed at Baneng first. Were you also involved in that process at the time?
Yes, I have testified that we were those patients were left over from Waverley, went to Baneng, and others went to Randfontein. So we would go on alternate days to Baneng and then to Randfontein.
Thank you. Paragraph 30, in June 2016, the process continued unabated. Ms. Maleka from Takalani Home, for example, would select mental health care users and they would be prepared. The next day or following days, she would change her mind or be told to accommodate other mental health care users. The selection process would have to start afresh. Is that what you also experienced, Ms. Sanello?
Yes, especially as I agree with Dr. Wadvala that the pace increased, and these are some of the problems we encountered.
Once again, these changes in which users to prepare, and then at the last minute, new users would have to be prepared for discharge. Is that correct?
Yes, I agree, Council.
Paragraph 31, Sterkfontein Hospital was the hospital we had hoped would admit the bulk of our frail mental health care users who were in need of care in a hospital setting. Due to the fact that Waverley Care Centre had been given preference as it had closed first, the hospital was simply not able to take all our mental health care users earmarked for admission. Sterkfontein Hospital agreed to accept males under 60 with psychiatric conditions without physical frailty or intellectual disability. We had 10 ladies who were too psychotic for NGOs, and it required lots of motivating to get them transferred. Ms. Mashili, in fact, took the matter to a higher level to achieve the desired result. One lady had to be transferred to Sterkfontein Hospital towards the end of June 2016 because she had become verbally and physically aggressive. Ms. Sanello, can you confirm that there were administrative difficulties and difficulties in finding appropriate facilities to transfer all these patients?
Yes, I would agree, because sometimes they would say that they do not have adequate beds in our facilities.
Yes, and the issue of beds is something that was solely in the domain of the Gauteng Department of Health. They should have ensured that there were sufficient receiving facilities and that those facilities had sufficient beds. Not so.
I agree, Councillor.
In paragraph 32, in respect of Weskoppies Hospital, 2 nurses from there were sent to confirm that we had selected the correct type of mental health care users. We had to present the mental health care users to them, and those who were approved were collected by Weskoppies Hospital staff. Were you involved in that process?
I was not involved because, as Dr. Wadvala said, there were many NGOs who come at the same time, NGOs and hospitals. So I don't remember transferring patients from Rand West to Weskoppies.
Yes. If you weren't involved, then you just have to say, I wasn't involved. Okay. Paragraph 33, the Cullinan Care Centre had accepted mental health care users from Waverley, and they were not able to provide us with as many beds as we had anticipated. Once again, it appears to have been a planning problem, not so.
I agree.
Initially, it appeared to us that the intellectually disabled would be able to be accommodated. Eventually, the physically disabled, cerebral palsy males, and elderly males were not accommodated at Cullinan Care Centre. Were you involved in that part of the transfer or not?
I was not involved.
Right, thank you. Paragraph 34. The problems other than those highlighted above were that 34.1, the frail elderly ladies, those treated in sick bay at Randfontein Care Centre, remained until the end. 34.2, young psychiatric males who could not be accommodated at Sterkfontein Hospital, Westkoppies Hospital, or the known NGOs were there until the end. 34.3, some of the frail Waverley and Rand West Care Centre males were left to the end. Are you aware of that situation?
I am aware, and most of the patients who were from Waverley, we identified them for Cullinan. And when they left Randfontein, they were to be transferred to Cullinan.
And those were patients who were known to be frail, and some of them who had been treated in the sick bay, not so?
Yes, I agree, as I've testified before.
Thank you. Paragraph 35, those mental health care users could not be housed in general hospitals, but required to be placed in institutions like Westkoppies and Sterkfontein. On the date of their transfer, we were under the impression that they would be housed at Cullinan Care Centre, which was a hospital setting. I subsequently learned that some were placed at an NGO, Siabadinga Elderly and Disabled Project, operating from the Cullinan Care Centre premises. Others were placed in Garankuwa, although their family are from the Johannesburg and West Rand area. Ms. Sanello, it appears from this that some patients were placed in inappropriate facilities. For example, these patients who were supposed to have gone to Cullinan Care Centre but then went to Siabadinga.
I agree that I testified that those we identify as to be transferred to Cullinan, they left the Randfontein thinking that they are going to Cullinan. So I don't know how did they land up in an NGO in Siabadinga.
Thank you. Now, in more general terms, Dr. Wadvala, in the remainder of her affidavit, expresses her views on the whole process, and I'm going to ask you to comment on what she says and whether you agree with it. In paragraph 36, she says, as a clinician, it is not my opinion that mental health care users should not be discharged at all. Throughout the years I have worked at Life Esidimeni, I have discharged mental health care users. The decision to discharge a mental health care user is taken based on the mental and physical health of the mental health care users, and not because a political decision is taken to terminate a contract. Would you agree with that latter part, where she says the decision to discharge a user is taken based on the mental and physical health of the user, and not because of a political decision?
I would agree. Thank you.
Paragraph 37, the Mental Health Care Act stipulates specific procedures for discharge, and it is clear that mental health care user safety is a primary concern. The procedure requires that the process of discharge be phased with initial short leaves of absences, which are progressively increased until such time as it is clear that there is no risk of mental health care users relapsing or destabilizing. You've already agreed with that in my examination of you on Friday, not so?
Yes, I agree.
Paragraph 38, it is well known that relocating mental health care users causes stressors and affects them in a variety of ways. We experienced a similar situation in 2010 when, during the nurses' labour unrest, Sterkfontein and Westkoppies hospitals requested Life Esidimeni to admit mental health care users that required a structured environment with access to trained nurses and physicians. Are you aware of the events during the nurses' labour unrest in 2010?
I'm not aware of that.
Oh, let's leave that then. Paragraph 39, Dr. Wadvala says, thus I am not of the view that no transfer should have taken place at all. I am of the opinion that a slow and more structured process would have benefited the mental health care users. I'm sure you would agree with that, not so, Ms. Sanello?
Yes, I would agree.
Paragraph 40, I am also of the view that NGOs should have been properly vetted and audited prior to accepting mental health care users. Similarly, I'm sure you will agree with that.
I would agree.
And then she says, ultimately, I am of the opinion that responsibility should be accepted by those who made the decision and enforced the decision. Would you agree with that as well?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you, Ms. Sanello. My lady, that concludes what I have prepared on. May I just take an instruction from my instructing attorney? If he doesn't have any additional issues, that will conclude my cross-examination.
Okay.
May I go off camera and
Yes, you
mute?
can do that.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady. There's just one issue that my instructing attorney has requested me to take up with the witness. Ms. Sanello, would you agree that as the discharge process developed, you and your colleagues received word of more and more new NGOs that were said to be ready to receive users? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Which means that it is clear that those NGOs had not been ready at the time that the termination project was supposed to have ended, namely 31 March 2016.
That's correct. As I've already said, the identifying team were the ones who were telling us that there are NGOs who are ready and giving us.
My apologies. And that happened as things went on.
Yes, Council.
And what would have been appropriate and what should have been done was for all the NGOs to have been identified and prepared and certified as ready in all respects to receive users before the termination project started. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree, because most of the NGOs who were identified later, they were either tagged in other locations, and now they changed locations. So
yeah. And on that score, Ms. Sanello, is it not very strange that the mental health care users from the affected Life Esidimeni facilities, whose families were predominantly in the Johannesburg and surrounding areas, were then sent far away to NGOs in the Tshwane district?
yes, when I testified, I also indicated that it was a concern that patients are being moved from the nearer to where they stay, their homes, to Tshwane. And my concern was why all the NGOs identify as are in Tshwane.
Yes, Ms. Sanello, and in fact, does that not really defeat the whole object of deinstitutionalization, which is intended to bring the users closer to their families?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Ms. Sanello. Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Mboweni, are you ready?
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, I had a discussion with my learned colleague, Ms. Mahiti, on Friday, and she just indicated to me that she might want to ask a question or two. I just want to find out if she still wants to ask that question or two before I proceed with my cross-examination.
Okay. Is she available? I haven't seen her. Ms. Maite?
My lady, I am available. I had indicated to Ms. Mboweni that if I do have any questions, I would let her know beforehand. So at this point in time, I'm satisfied with the evidence that has been given, and I do not have any cross-examination questions for this witness.
So you don't have questions?
Not at this point in time, my lady.
Okay. Thank you.
May it please you, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, I see that it is now 11:05. Would you like to take the tea adjournment?
Yes, we can take it now. Let's see, and then we resume at 20 past. Yes, okay.
As the court pleases, my lady.
The witness is warned. We'll take the tea adjournment now and resume at 11:20. Thank you very much.
As the court
As
pleases.
Thank you, Chair.
May it please the court, my lady.
convened. Where is the witness? Yes, Mrs. Noelo, you are reminded that you are still under oath. Ms. Mboweni?
Yes.
May it please the court, my lady.
Mm.
Good morning, Mrs. Sinello.
Good morning, Council.
Yes, now, Mrs. Sinello, I just want you to give the judge a brief overview of the duties that you had prior to being deployed to Waverley in May 2016. What were your main responsibilities in the department? What were you employed to do?
I was employed in the current portfolio of being a deputy director in 2009, and my duties was to oversee the clinics, all the province clinics from the province, meaning that I had to ensure that there is integration of mental health care within the primary health care, and it involved ensuring that the PHC staff is trained on mental health, and also my other is to audit them. And in auditing the clinics, we have to look at the infrastructure, we have to look at the staffing, we have to look at their knowledge of mental health. It involves many things, and whether they are aware of policies of mental health. That was my main role. And also I was expected to facilitate, in fact, and do mental health promotion, including substance abuse. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, when you were deployed to go to Waverley Care Center, who deployed you to go to Waverley?
We were instructed, I was instructed by my supervisor, my former supervisor, Dr. Manamela, that I should go and facilitate the move, that is transferring of patients from Waverley, because they were dragging their feet.
Did Dr. Manamela explain to you what you are supposed to do at Waverley?
She explained that we are there to go and help the Life Esidimeni staff and ensure that patients are being transferred to the identified NGOs, hospitals, and our own hospitals. That was mainly that.
Did she explain what this help entails? What you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do?
At first, she said we must go and assess the users and see their suitability. But I explained that I won't be in a position to assess any users because they are in Life Esidimeni. I don't know them, and I haven't done assessments in more than 10 years. That was then, because I only did assessments when I was working in Stelfontein. So I wouldn't be in a position to go and assess other people's users.
Mm-hmm.
And did you explain, so you explained your position to Dr. Manamela, that you are not in a position to assess the patients?
Yes, I did that, and as a result, she said she's going to talk to Life Esidimeni and inform them that I am not going to assess there. I'm just going to help in transferring the users when they are identified.
So when you went to Waverley, you were not going there to assess the patients. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct, Council.
Did you assess patients while you were at Life Esidimeni Waverley?
No, I did not assess patients. As I gave testimony that we were using the spreadsheet which was given to us by Dr. Manamela, who said that was from Life Esidimeni, from Dr. Ure, from Dr. Gain, and we were helping them going to the wards, and they would give us feedback on the patient's behavior and how is the patient being treated. And then we would look at the spreadsheet and compare and check whether what was the treating MDT recommended. And then we would, if we see that the patient maybe
Yes,
can be.
I think there's something wrong.
My lady? You are frozen, my lady.
Myself.
Yes.
Am I? Because I saw the witness was. Am I frozen?
No, now you are back, my lady.
But I see this thing, it says bad quality. I don't know.
It might be on your side, my lady. On my side, I have not received any notification as yet.
Am I audible, Council?
I can hear you, Mrs. Sinelo. Just speak again. I didn't hear if you spoke again.
Must I answer the question now?
No, we're just waiting for the judge to come back on.
Before
I
you
can't
do
see.
it. Yes. I don't know whether your colleagues picked up what she was saying. It's just that she's just repeating the evidence, but no, it's fine. I just want to check if they could.
If one of our colleagues can just indicate that they did hear the witness.
Anyone?
My lady,
Mr. Van Berg?
thank you, my lady. I could hear the witness, but it appeared that the sound was dragging, but your ladyship seems to freeze from time to time. So I don't know whether there's.
Is that so? Am I fine now?
I can hear your lady now, but your ladyship from time to time, the picture freezes and there is no sound.
I confirm, my lady, you're having difficulties.
Two?
You are having.
Is it from? Do you confirm that it's from my side?
Yeah, from your side. Even now, there's a bit of sort of a stammering a bit.
Even now?
Now you're okay.
Okay, it seems you're back, my lady.
Okay. We can proceed, that's fine.
May it please the court, my lady. Now, before we check the sound, Mrs. Sinelo, I was asking you whether you assessed patients, and you said that you did not assess any patients at Life Esidimeni Waverley. Is that correct?
That is correct, Council.
Just before you proceed, Ms. Mboweni, I'm sorry to interject. I want to remind the witness that she must realize that she has already given her evidence. So she shouldn't give the full details unless you require her to explain something. If a question needs a yes or no, you just answer accordingly.
Okay, Judge.
Is that clear? Okay,
thank you, Judge.
Okay.
May it please the court, my lady. Now, Mrs. Sinelo, you gave evidence that the assessments were done by the multidisciplinary team of Life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
That is correct, Council.
You also gave evidence that you would accompany them to the wards when they would be doing the assessments. Is that correct?
No. They were not doing assessments when I accompanied them. They gave us feedback on, because they were there, the staff of the wards. They gave us how the patients behave and what medication is the patient. They were not assessing the patients. They had already assessed the patients.
Were there any patients assessed while you were there or with the team?
No.
When were the patients assessed?
The patients were assessed by their doctors, the psychiatrists, the doctors, and then the physical examination was done by Dr. Kani, but I was not present during his examinations.
Where were you when these examinations were being conducted?
I wouldn't be in the, I was not in the ward with them when they were conducted, even if I was placed in Waverley, but sometimes I have never been with the doctor doing examination.
Where would you be stationed?
I would be maybe with the manager in her office, or maybe in another ward, but I wouldn't be, I haven't seen doctor during examinations.
The manager you are referring to, Ms. Buthelezi?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
Now, during cross-examination by Mr. van Bergen, he had then referred you to a list, the list that we referred to just now that you also spoke about. Can you confirm where the list came from?
The list I got from my supervisor, Dr. Manamela, and she said she got it from Dr. Ure in Waverley. No, not in Waverley, in Life Esidimeni, sorry.
Did you have any reason to doubt that the list came from Waverley Life Esidimeni?
No, I didn't have any reason.
Why did you not have any reason to doubt?
Because it had all the patient's names, it had every details of the patient, which is the information which you can only get where the patient is being treated.
And you are certain that that list did not belong to the department?
No, that list did not belong to the department. If it belonged, it could have had a letterhead of the department.
Now, during cross-examination by Mr. van Bergen, he had indicated to you that on that list, all the users were supposed to be transferred to NGOs. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And he had indicated to you that none of those patients were to be transferred according to the list to a hospital. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
Is that what transpired? Were all the users, mental health care users, transferred to NGOs?
According to the treating MDT, they were recommended to go to NGOs or home, not hospitals.
My question to you is, according to that list, no one was to be transferred to a hospital.
Yes.
But were present at Waverley. Were some of the patients transferred to hospitals?
Yes, there were some who went to hospitals.
And which patients were transferred to hospitals?
Those patients who were maybe reported that they can relapse easily and then they can be aggressive and they have resistance in treatment, they were transferred to Vescopis. But all those who had a diagnosis of intellectual disability were transferred to Cullinan. And Cullinan renders the same care which is rendered by Life Esidimeni.
So you then confirm that not all the mental health care users were transferred to NGOs?
Yes, I do, Council.
Some of them were transferred to hospitals?
Yes, Council.
And who gave advice or instruction for those mental health care users to be transferred to hospitals?
I recommended, based on the information which was given by the Life Esidimeni when they're giving feedback about the patient, and together with them, we would decide that based on the information you are giving us, this patient cannot be managed in an NGO. It would be better if this patient goes to a hospital.
And those patients were then transferred to hospitals?
Yes, Council.
Now, there was extensive evidence laid on the issue of NGOs.
Just before you proceed, I'm sorry to interject. Can you show us on that list? Maybe your council will refer you to the list. Proof that indeed there were those that were transferred to hospitals.
That
on the list.
No, that list don't say that they were transferred.
The list doesn't say.
Yes, it doesn't say, because that's the list which was given by Life Esidimeni and they made recommendation prior to placement.
Okay. Come again? You say the list was?
The list was prepared by Life Esidimeni prior to placements. And those were the recommendations which were done by them prior.
I can hear. Yes.
I said the list, Judge, was prepared by Life Esidimeni, and it was prior placement.
That list that you referred to?
Yes, the spreadsheet we referred to, but in the case lines, I'm not sure whether you can, there is a list for patients who were transferred from Life Esidimeni to hospitals. There is a list.
It is indeed a different list.
Come again?
It was a different list, my lady.
Okay, can you take us to that list so that we can see it? Is it there? Do you know where it is? Maybe through your counsel?
We can just quickly locate it, my lady, and then...
okay, let's continue. Do it later. You can continue.
As the court pleases, my lady. So, Mrs. Sinelo, it is then your evidence that it was the advice of Life Esidimeni, having treated these patients for 38 years, that all these patients can be transferred to NGOs.
Yes, counsel, based on the list which were given.
Now, Mrs. Sinelo, before we go into the details of what happened at the time of transfer, now evidence was laid, extensive evidence was laid on the issue of the NGOs. You remember that?
Yes, I do, counsel.
Can you confirm to the court who was responsible to identify the NGOs?
Ms. Hannah Jacobus and Franz Tobani were tasked to identify the readiness of NGOs.
Yes, we have that on record. You may proceed. It's okay.
Indeed so, my lady. So when they went to identify these NGOs, did you accompany them?
Prior to placement, there are some NGOs I accompanied Hannah to go to. That includes Tepo, Udirile, and I can't remember another one, where we actually went to check the facility, and we went with the facility team where they're going to identify how many beds can be accommodated in that NGO. And then they would give us that this NGO can accommodate so many patients. But there were no patients at that time in Sepo.
Did you then use that information to be able to guide Life Esidimeni or Waverley as to which patients should be transferred where?
Counsel, when we were placed at Waverley, we would have a meeting with Zanele Buthelezi, the manager, and we would indicate that if this patient, we have been given a list that this NGO is ready, and this NGO caters for for this type of patients, and that was the criteria to say that maybe it's a female which are needed of this age and where the NGO is situated, and that guided them when they were writing the list.
Now, without taking you to the actual reports of what transpired at the time when these NGOs were inspected, do you recall that at the time when these NGOs were inspected, that they were not all ready to receive patients? Is that correct?
No. Come again, Counsel, I can't understand. Was it
before the placements, before patients were taken to the NGOs, the inspections were done by Johanna Jacobus, as you have just indicated, and Mr. Franz Tobani. Is that correct?
That is correct, Counsel.
Now, when they inspected those premises, not all of them were fit or ready to receive patients. Is that correct?
That is correct. After we've placed, when we went to these NGOs, that's when we realized that.
So you didn't know before the patients were placed what was the state of those NGOs?
Yes, Councillor, I did not know.
Did you receive feedback from Ms. Hannah Jacobus and Mr. Tobane about the state of those NGOs at the time when they inspected it?
They would say, this is the number of NGOs who are ready. You can place.
Listen to the question. Did you receive any feedback?
I did not get any feedback.
You did not receive any feedback from Ms. Johanna Jacobus and Franz Tobane?
Yes, we are only given that these are the NGOs who are ready. Then you can place.
So the
So they gave a feedback, just a second. So they gave a feedback to say these NGOs are ready.
Yes, Judge, that's what.
Then you can place them. Then you started doing the transfers.
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
Okay.
So was the discretion solely within the authority or the powers of Ms. Johanna Jacobus and Mr. Tobane? Did you not have a responsibility or a duty to go and check those NGOs prior to placement?
It was not possible for me to go and check them because we were placed at Waverley to do the transfers and discharges.
Yes.
Now, whilst you were at Waverley and you are now busy with the transfers, I just need you to place the court within the picture as to what happened on the day of the transfers, how the transfers actually took place. So you were placed there with Dr. Linkwani, is that correct?
That is correct, Councillor.
Where were you and Dr. Linkwani stationed on the days where patients were to be transferred?
We would go straight to the waiting room to wait for the users to be brought in by the people who are nursing them in the wards.
So who would give the instruction to go and fetch the patients?
Ms. Buthelezi would inform the wards that these patients are from your ward, then they must be brought to the waiting room.
Now, Ms. Buthelezi, where would she have gotten the information from as to what the criteria is for the users to be brought to the waiting room?
As I've indicated, we would sit with her prior to the list being drawn, that this NGO is ready and it's got 20 beds, and then they would Life Esidimeni social worker is the one who was preparing the list, and the list he got from the wards.
Now, the list that we are talking about now, Mr. Van Bergen asked you whether there was a criteria and what that criteria was for you to be able to decide where the mental health care users should be transferred to. What was the criteria that was used for you to decide where which patient should go to?
The list of NGOs was given to the social worker, and we would just discuss it again with Zanele Buthelezi that this NGO caters for what type of patient. But the list with criteria was given. And in the meeting by Council for Life Esidimeni, he said that we had a meeting on the 6th of April, and among those things which were discussed, there was an indication in those minutes that the list was given to the social worker.
Ms. Sanelo, can I refer you to page 37315 on case lines? Three, 7, 3, 1, 5.
I'm trying to find it.
That is
I found it, Council.
Judge, if you have it, can I proceed?
Yes, proceed.
Yes, Mrs. Sinelo, is this the meeting that you're referring to?
Yes, Council.
Can you indicate to the court where on this feedback does it talk about the list or the criteria that was given?
Point 2, number 2, the plan.
Yes, can you read it into the record?
List of NGO and their criteria was given to Mandisa, our social worker, and these minutes were written by Life Esidimeni.
This is the minutes of Life Esidimeni.
Yes, Council.
Who's you said the
which,
this is
say, just a second. This is under plan.
Yes, Judge, thank you.
And where does it say that?
Number 2.
Or number 2. Yes.
Mrs. Sinelo, just clarify again. You said that whose minutes are these?
These are the minutes from Life Esidimeni. They were written by Life Esidimeni.
And who convened the meeting?
It was Zanele Butelis.
Now, why was the list given to the social worker?
The social worker is the one who completes the list for patients to be placed, and she's also the one to notify the families that the patient is going where. Thank you.
So does it mean that the social worker played a role in deciding where the mental health care users should be placed?
No, the assessment, isn't it? It's done in the wards, and then they would give her the list that these are the patients who can go to an NGO, and then she will check whether is it for a male patient, and then she will look at her list of NGO and then write according to the criteria of that list.
Now, let's move back to the waiting room. So you're then in the waiting room and the patients are being brought by the staff of Life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, Council.
Now, for the patients to be able to leave the hospital, they needed to be discharged. Is that correct?
They needed to be discharged or transferred if they are going to our facilities, if they are going to another institution. If they go to NGO, they are discharged.
Now, who discharged the patients?
Is the treating doctor.
And who was the treating doctor?
The treating doctor that then was Dr. Gani, who was doing the last physical examination, which were done 48 hours prior to a patient being discharged. And the discharge forms was signed by him as a medical practitioner.
Hi, Peter.
Hello, Griffin. What is wrong?
May it please the court, my lady. So you were saying that the patients were discharged by Dr. Gani?
Yeah, by a medical doctor. It could be Dr. Gani or the other one, but people who are signing are medical doctors who are signing off patients.
But you confirmed that the patients had to be discharged before they could leave the premises?
Yes, Cancer.
Now, once the discharge forms has been completed, what is the next step that will happen before the patients can be discharged?
I don't get your question, Cancer.
Please rephrase. I think the confusion is you used two discharge forms, so that's why the witness just rephrase the question.
May it please the court, my lady. After the forms are now completed by the discharging doctor, what happens to the patient after the discharge forms has been signed? What happens to the patient?
The patient is put on the list that this patient has been discharged, and then that list is sent to the social worker who complete the one we developed, which states where the patient have to go. And based on the criteria she was given, she has also have to indicate if it's for males, and then she will put that patient for males.
Now, once the patients are discharged, are they then handed over to the Department of Health?
No. I testified that the patients were handed over to the fetching facility. If it's an NGO, they are handed over to the clinician of that facility. And I was there to facilitate and observe if there are any problems during the transfer.
From which clinician to which clinician now?
Remember, when I testified, I made an example that CEPOM came with their own professional staff. That's what I mean by clinician. Their own professional staff. So the professional staff from Waverley would hand over to the NGO who's coming to fetch the patient and hand over to them, explaining what this is the patient and this patient is on this medication.
Who does that handing over?
It's from those who are transferring, who are discharging life Esidimeni to the facility who's coming to fetch the patient. And I was there to observe the process.
Okay.
So, Mrs. Sinelo, is it then your evidence that you did not receive mental health care patients from Life Esidimeni?
I did not receive mental health care users to my care. They were handed over to the facility who has come to fetch the user.
So just to be clear on your evidence, the NGOs would come and collect the patients themselves. Is that correct?
That's correct, Council.
So the patients are not first transferred to the department and then the department hands over the patients to the NGOs?
No, that doesn't happen that way. That's why the NGOs came and fetch, bringing their own staff to come and fetch.
Was there any agreement between the department and the NGOs that was signed for the NGOs to come and collect the patients directly?
The NGOs got that from the departments and from Life Esidimeni that they can come and fetch the patient.
Can you come again?
I say usually the patient, if it's a planned process, Waverley would tell the patients, the NGO to come. But in this instance, the department are the ones who informed the NGOs that they must come and fetch.
Because how does Life Esidimeni do that?
No, I say in a normal situation, usually Life Esidimeni, if the patient is ready to go home or to be discharged, they would liaise with the NGO. But in this instance, the department has liaised with the NGOs.
So it is NGOs that they can come and collect the patients.
Yes, they were informed by the department to come and collect.
Now, when they're collecting the patients, would all the NGOs that are collecting the patients come with their medical professional team? Did they have a team, all the NGOs?
Not all NGOs had a team. Others only had care workers. But those who had a team, they came with their team.
Can you tell the court which NGOs had a medical team to collect the mental health care users?
Tepong came on record. I have mentioned that they brought their own staff, which were 2 professional nurses, 2 enrolled nurses, and about 6 care workers, which they came to fetch on the 12th of May.
Were they the only NGO that had their own multidisciplinary team?
No, others, they had their staff nurses and also care worker, but there was no professional nurse in some NGOs.
Are you able to recall which ones had professional nurses to come and collect the patients?
It was Tsepong and Udirile. They came with their professional staff.
Any other NGOs that you can recall?
Ribafeng did not come with any medical. They came with the owner, who is an admin person, and 2 care workers.
What about Ubuhle Nkosi?
Ubuhle Benkosi did not come and fetch in Waverley. They came and fetched in Baneng. And in Baneng, the guy is an admin who came was an admin person who was a manager and a care worker who came and fetch.
Do you remember for Precious Angels who collected the patients?
Precious Angels happened when they were in Randfontein. Patients were in Randfontein. They came with care workers also. There was no professional person, but they were care workers.
Now, can you explain to the court that at the time when these NGOs are collecting the patients, would they inspect the patients themselves as well? Would they look at the condition of the patients at the time when they are collecting the patients?
Yes, the 2 teams, the patient, those who brought the patient to the waiting room and who were nursing, those who were nursing the patient together with life acid. The life acid. I can't. Can I continue?
My lady, someone is speaking.
Yes, it was me. I was asking, I think. I couldn't hear the witness. That's why. If you may, maybe repeat that question so that the witness can respond.
May it please the court, my lady. Mrs. Sinelo, I was asking you that at the time when the NGOs are coming to collect the mental health care users, would they look at the state or the condition of the mental health care users before they take charge of them, before they take them into their custody?
Yes, Council, they would, together with the Life Esidimeni team who brought the patient to the waiting room and the people who have come to fetch. They would physically look whether the patient has got injuries or has got any bruises before they take the patient.
Now, once they've looked at the patients, did all of them agree that these patients were in a condition that they can take them?
Yes, there were no complaints raised during that time.
Was there any complaints raised maybe the next day or few days later?
Yes, they were. By Tsepong, a few days later, they reported that there was a patient who was sick, and I personally went to check that patient, and I assisted them to ensure that patient is admitted at Kalafong. Sina, I have testified. Thank you.
And you confirm that Tsepong, your evidence earlier was that when Tsepong came to collect the patients, they actually had a medical team and they did look at the condition of the patient.
Yes, they did not raise any concerns on the day of fetching the patient. They only made consent, raised their consent a day or 3 days after that there was a patient sick, and I personally went there.
Now, one of the issues raised is that some of the patients, the mental health care users, did not receive the medical history or record or summary at the time of discharge. You aware of this?
As I've testified, Council, the very first day, which is I started at Wavell on the 11th, the very first day we transferred on the 12th of May, I realized that they've only given the NGO 7 days medication supply, and they only gave prescription and a page of referral, summary of referral. And I requested that they must at least get a periodical, and that was addressed.
Is it then correct to say that after the first patients did not receive their periodical report, you then intervened and other patients who were then discharged received their periodical report?
Those who were discharged after the 12th, they did get the periodical report.
Did all of them receive a periodical report?
Yes, after the 12th one.
Now, who would you give this periodical report to?
They would, the whole medical records and whatever, and the prescription would be given to the staff of the NGO.
Do you recall who you gave those documentation to at the time of transfer, for example, for the different NGOs? Were you the person handing over the documentation?
No, because there were many patients, as I've indicated. The people who were handing over is from those who were nursing that patient, and they would say, these are the patients who are living, here are the documents, and they would give them over to the NGO.
Who would give it over to the NGO? Who is that person?
The staff from Life Esidimeni.
Who would that staff member be?
Don't remember their names. Isn't it each ward has got their own manager? So the manager of that, those who were being discharged from that ward would be the one handing over to the other, to the receiving.
So you're not the one handing over the documentation?
No, the document I had in my hand was the document with the list of patients that this NGO they are going today, and because each and everyone had her own copy, I had my own copy. Zanele Mutele had her own copy. The district had their own copy, and the NGOs had their own copy. And the Life Esidimeni people would tick and say, this is so and so, you can go in. This is so and so, and we'd also tick. I also tick in my list.
So is it then correct to say that the transfer process was between Life Esidimeni and the NGOs?
Yes, and I was there as an observer and to see that the process is being followed.
Is it also correct that those documents were never handed over to the department, but they were handed over directly to the NGOs?
Yes. I never had any documents in my hands.
You never received any documents?
No.
did you check that the documents that were being given is the correct documents, that it is indeed the periodical report, it is indeed the prescription, it is indeed the summary that was supposed to be given? Did you check?
We checked together with Life Esidimeni, Zanele Butelezi, and ourselves. We would sit and put them on the table and we would check. They would all check at the same time.
Now that deals with the issue of the medical summary or the periodical report. Now let's deal with the issue of the medication. Were you there when the mental health care users were given their medication?
Yes, I was.
Did you check that the medication was the correct amount of medication that was supposed to be given?
Yes, that's why I could actually see that they were only given for 7 days instead of 28 days.
And when was that corrected?
It was after the patients have been placed. It was corrected with the next bench, but it was also followed up for those patients who did not receive.
So those who left with the 7 days medication, how long did it take for you or your team to be able to assist them to get the additional medication that would have completed the 28 days as required?
We contacted the district because they are the ones who are supporting the NGOs, and we also informed them that please be aware that these patients were only given 7 days medication. So if you can please assist them to go to the clinic for the next, so that they can get before this 7-day medication can be completed, finished, whatever.
The question. Okay, continue.
We like with the district immediately that patient was given only 7 days supply. So they were in fact instructed to please assist the NGO to ensure that they go to the nearest clinic. For example, they went to Atteridgeville, and we got feedback that they were not helped. That's why at the end of the day, the doctor from the district actually intervened and helped Dr. Padiachi and helped to assess the patients in Sepong and prescribed medication for them. And it was they got the medication from the regional pharmacy in Tshwane.
Did you get the information as to when was this corrected? Because the question was, do you know when it was corrected? Was it your question, Council?
That is correct, my lady.
It was corrected before the medication finished, before the 7 days medication.
But can you tell us whether it was corrected in a day, 2 days, whatever, so that we can determine whether those patients didn't run short of medication, run out of medication?
They did run out of medication because that was their consent, meaning that it was not corrected immediately because they ran out of. That's why we had to intervene. We were still at Waverley, but I had to intervene and contact the district.
Now,
so they ran out of medication.
Who from the district, which doctor is the doctor that assisted them to get the medication?
Dr. Padiachi from the district was organized by the manager, Mr. Lihau, and then together with the psychiatrist in the district, I've just forgotten her name, they went and helped in Sepong.
Now, just to follow up and for the sake of completeness, did the NGOs have to go and collect the medicine at the clinics, or did the clinics bring the medicine to the NGOs?
The NGOs have to go and collect medication, and they were made aware that this medication is only for 7 days.
Is this now after Dr. Padiachi intervened, or this
No, that was before Padiachi. And you asked me whether does the NGO collect medication or does the NGO, the clinic brings the medication. The NGO collects medication.
Did the NGO collect the medication?
Based on the information that they had, they ran off. It seems that they did not collect. But when I intervened and asked, they said they went to Atteridgeville Clinic and they were told that Atteridgeville doesn't have budget for them.
Is it then your evidence that initially Atteridgeville Clinic could not assist them, but after intervention, they assisted them?
After intervention, after the district had intervened, they sent Dr. Padiachi, and after that, they managed to go to Atteridgeville for follow-ups. It was sorted out at the district level.
Yes, but you are not sure how long it took.
No, I'm not sure how long, but they did raise a concern that they ran out of medication. That's why Mr. Lihau intervened and ensured that the doctor from the district must come and assess them and prescribe medication.
So are you then, do you know how long the patients, the mental health care users were left without medication?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how long.
Now, how long, can you explain to the court, how long can a mental health care user stay without medication?
If a mental health care user get the prescribed medication for 3 to 4 days or up to 5 days, depending on the mental, that patient can definitely relapse.
Yes, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, this is a question which I submit is outside the sphere of knowledge of this witness. It is a medical question. She is a nurse. It is a question that should be put to a medical practitioner.
Ms. Mboni?
My lady, Ms. Sinello has given evidence that she has worked with patients for many years as a nurse in a hospital. So she would have knowledge of how long a patient can stay without medication. So it was not a question to say that what would be the effect of the relapse or to that extent. It's just to ask, what would be the effect? How long, not what would be the effect, how long can a patient stay without medication? I'm not going to take it further than that, my lady.
Okay, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. I persist with my objection. Ms. Sinello is a nurse. By virtue of her scope of practice as defined in the Nursing Act and the regulations, she is not entitled or competent to diagnose or treat. She is limited to what her scope of practice prescribes she can do. Expressing opinions on how much medication is required or how long it would last does not fall within her scope of practice. It is also an unfair question in the context of how broad it is, because it would depend on each individual patient, what the medication is, what the dosage is, and so forth. So this is certainly not an issue that this witness can express any opinion on.
Thank you. Based on the objection, the question is not allowed, taking into account of the limited expertise of the witness. Thank you. Continue.
The court, my lady. Now, Mrs. Sinello, how many of the NGOs was this the case where they ran out of medication? Do you know how which NGOs ran out of medication?
It was also reported from Ribafeni in Tshwane, Ribafeni and Tsepong. Those are the two main ones I know.
Now, we're going back to the time of transferring the patients. You said that the NGOs, they come to Waverley to collect the patients. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
And it is not in dispute, but who arranged the transport for the patients to be moved from Waverley?
The NGOs would arrange their own transport. If they do not have, we assisted as the Department of Health, and we arrange the EMS transport.
Now, by the NGOs coming to Waverley, were you satisfied that they were ready to receive the mental health care users at that time?
As I have indicated in my testimony, I was not, I didn't know the situation in that NGO, but I was just concerned about the big numbers also of patients being taken to the NGOs.
And did you raise that concern with the NGO, or who did you raise it with?
On the 12th specifically, I raised it with also the NGO because she insisted that she's got a license for 170 and she wanted more patients because we prepared 50. And
When
then
you
she was,
say she, who are you referring to?
Excuse me?
When you say she, who are you referring to?
Karina Murale, the manager of the NGO, she insisted that she's actually licensed for 170, and I raised the concern that it is not wise for her to take so many patients because we had planned only to give her 50 at a time. But we had to do it that day, and then she left with 85 patients.
Now, after she left with the patients, was she one of the people who indicated that there was a shortage of shoes or clothes for the patients?
Yes, she was one.
Just say again, my apologies.
She's one of the people who had concerns that the patients came without clothes and shoes.
And your response to that was then? What was your response to her complaint that the patients did not have shoes and clothes?
As I've indicated in my testimony, some of the patients didn't have clothes and didn't have shoes and they didn't have clothes. So she is the one who was supposed to have, now that the patient, they're under her care. They're no longer under the care of Life Esidimeni. And then it was a responsibility to ensure that the patients have clothes.
Now, when you say that now that the patients are the responsibility to provide them with clothing, is that how it was as well with the patients when they were at Life Esidimeni? Was Life Esidimeni the one who was providing clothing to the patients?
Yes. When they were in Life Esidimeni was the custodian of these patients and they were receiving clothes from them.
Now, when we talk about the type of clothes that Life Esidimeni was providing, can you explain to the court what type of clothes are we talking about?
They would wear tracksuits or others would wear their own clothes from home, but Life Esidimeni would give them clothes for day clothes, and at night they would change to pajamas.
Now, just to understand your evidence, I'll use an example if your ladyship is inclined to that. Is it as in the case of a hospital when you're admitted to a hospital and you wear the hospital clothes?
Yes. Yes.
So when the patients were at Life Esidimeni, were they wearing Life Esidimeni hospital clothes or they were wearing their own clothes?
Those who had their own clothes.
My lady, this question has already been answered. I don't know why it's asked again.
My lady, if my learned colleague can allow me to cross-examine my witness the way I've prepared and planned, I have a right to do so, and I'm entitled to do it the way I feel necessary and the right way to do it. And if the answer that I'm looking for, I have not been able to extract it from the witness, then I'm entitled to ask the question in a manner that I get the answer that I want from the witness. And it assists my case because I have got a case to advance. This is my witness. He has been given an opportunity to ask this witness questions. He has taken ample time to do so, and I respectfully submit that I should be allowed to do so as well, my lady.
Yes, Mr. van Bergen.
My lady, this witness's evidence is unfortunately, or has become quite prolix because of the fact that she tends to repeat answers. And this question has already been dealt with. The answer has already been given. So I respectfully submit that in the interest of making use of the time available in an economic way, it is unnecessary to repeat evidence that has already been put on record.
Okay, thank you. Can I give Mr. Pinar, what did you want to say?
May it please the court, my lady. With all due respect, I support the objection of Mr. van Bergen, but I would like to comment, my lady, that my learned friend who's busy with re-examination must not confuse re-examination with cross-examination. After the evidence leader had presented Ms. Senolo's evidence in chief, she was entitled to present further evidence in chief. If she elected not to do that, it cannot be done by means of re-examination. It's right that the purpose of re-examination is to clarify issues that have become clouded during cross-examination, and therefore questions in re-examination cannot be put in a leading manner unless they are common cause. And my lady, with all due respect to my learned friend who's conducting her re-examination, at many a time she has transgressed those bounds by putting leading questions as if she is presenting the evidence. And that's not the manner in which to clarify an issue that has become clouded by the dust of cross-examination of any prior counsel. And if those limitations are kept in mind, my lady, I think it would address many of the problems that's been encountered with unnecessary statements being presented and questions being put in the form of positive statements to the witness, which is improper, with all due respect, my lady. May it please the court, ma'am.
Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady, if
just
I can
before,
respond.
there is also Mr. Martin.
As it pleases your ladyship, my lady, I'm not entirely sure that Mr. Pinar is being entirely fair to Ms. Mboweni here. If I can just refer your ladyship to the Act, which sets out what can be done. Section 11 of the Inquest Act provides the following in respect of examination of witnesses. Sub 1 says that the public prosecutor or any person designated by the judicial officer who is holding or is to hold an inquest to act in his stead may examine any witness giving evidence at such inquest. Sub 2, any other person who satisfies the judicial officer that he has a substantial and peculiar interest in the issue of the inquest may personally or by counsel or attorney put such questions to a witness giving evidence at the inquest as the judicial officer may allow. There's no real scope there for questions of re-examination, cross-examination, examination in chief. The real issue is one of relevance. So, and I would be careful to start constraining the way people are asking their questions at this point in time and quite deep into the inquest by suddenly taking a particularly strict view of the form of the questions. I would submit that the primary issue should be the relevance to the issues before the court. So perhaps it's not my argument to make at this stage. It's not my witness, but
All
I did feel that
Thank
it's
you very
important
much.
to come to Ms. Mbowene's defense on that.
Okay.
That's the one point, milady. The other point is that this witness has been asked on the broadest of issues by almost everybody.
Yes.
And although evidence may have been given in respect of previous questions, it may well be that Ms. Mboweni holds the view at this point that the evidence that's been extracted thus far doesn't give a complete picture, and she may be covering the ground for that purpose. So I would submit that we should also be careful not to constrain her along those lines by simply saying, look, we've dealt with this before, let's not deal with it again. It may be that she's trying to get more information or a clearer picture. She is the one who's taken the instructions from this witness. So I would just wish to place that on record for what it's worth, milady.
Thank you very much. There is some, I see, is it Miss Marriott and who else? Because I see there are two hands. Miss Govender, okay, I've noted you. Who is the third one? Miss Marriott, and then there was another hand. Whose hand is that now? I've noted Miss Govender and Miss Marriott. I see there is another hand. Miss Pinar, do you want, Mr. Pinar, I'll come back to you. I just want to check whose hand is that.
May it please the court, my lady.
Okay. Can you put that hand down, because I wanted to know whose hand is that. You are not responding. I don't know whether maybe it is a hand from those that I've already identified. Can I hear Miss Marriott and followed by Miss Govender and then Miss Pinar?
Thank you, my lady. I just wanted to add that I'm in full agreement with Mr. Martin pertaining to his argument relating to questions to be asked to the witness. I'm in agreement with Mr. Martin's view pertaining to questions to be allowed.
Okay, thank you very much. Miss Govender?
As the court pleases, my lady. My lady, I'm in full agreement with Mr. Martin, but I might add that this issue was raised by my senior, Mr. Hoders, quite early on during the proceedings. And the position that her ladyship took was that the relevant representative of the witness would come in last and would be allowed to cross-examine. And in so doing, the ambit of the questions would not be limited. I also want to place on record that the proposition by Mr. Pina that the relevant witnesses representative had the opportunity to initially lead them and to come in at cross-examination is certainly not the process that we have followed up to this stage, nor is it the process that her ladyship has required of us. But in essence, I support Mr. Martin's submissions.
Mr. Pina?
Please the court, my lady, with all due respect to my learned colleagues and Mr. Martin, we must not cloud the issues. Relevancy is of importance. I agree with Mr. Martin at all times, but it must be kept in mind. The fact that counsel is representing a witness does not mean counsel is now has a free hand to question that witness in whatever manner he or she deems meet or fit at a particular stage. The ambit and purposes of presenting evidence in chief, of cross-examining and of re-examining remains intact. And if I am not mistaken in my recollection, my lady, at a prior stage, it was this honourable court indicated that subsequent to cross-examination, the party or the counsel representing a particular witness would have the opportunity to re-examine, which is correct, my lady, with all due respect. But re-examination, the purpose cannot be just ejected. That must be kept in mind. It's to clarify issues that have become clouded during cross-examination by other counsels or representatives, and with the prior purpose being it must be relevant. The evidence being clarified must be relevant. And there's no attempt or endeavour with my objection, my lady, to say those principles and concerns must be disregarded. But I do believe if we keep to the requirements of evidence in chief, of cross-examination and re-examination, it would ensure that evidence is not unnecessarily prolonged and repeated at all times, because that's why re-examination makes provision to clarify issues in dispute, to prevent a repeat of evidence that has been presented in chief, and then clarify clouded issues to bring it in line with the evidence presented. And therefore, this Honourable Court, with all due respect, my lady, cannot just disregard the rules of evidence that has to be applied at all times. And notwithstanding what the Section 11 makes provision for, my lady, it does not say and provide that the rules of evidence which are trite can just be disregarded willy-nilly. But ultimately the discretion is in your hands, my lady, and that's the only purpose of my objection, was not to be unduly critical of my learned friend or any of my colleagues, learned colleagues, but to prevent evidence that had been presented being repeated ad nauseum by means of, call it then, cross-examination, whilst it's actually re-examination. May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Pienaar. Having had the submissions by all the counsel in this matter, in particular taking into account that this is an inquest. If I may, Mr. Pienaar, looking at the difference here, all this taking into account that the evidence leader and all the counsel who are appearing on behalf of everyone are all here to assist the court. So the scope of examination, it's all cross-examination. I just said so-called re-examination, taking into account that the party that is representing that particular witness, if we were in a real trial, that party will be then re-examining a witness. Now, this is an inquest. So on that ground, I'll allow Ms. Mboweni to continue, and I agree with the views expressed by Mr. Martin with regard to Section 11 of the Inquest Act. Continue, ma'am.
May it please the court, my lady. I'm indebted to your ladyship and my learned colleagues. My lady, there is a particular aspect that I
it's
want.
just that what I don't want, what I to a certain extent, I can agree that there is too much repetition, but I don't want to distract your line of questioning. Continue.
My lady, there is one issue that has not been fully ventilated, and therefore I am persisting with this line of questioning.
Okay.
And that line and that evidence relates to who was responsible to dress or to provide clothing to the patients.
Okay, you may continue.
Mrs. Sinelo, you don't appear on my screen. My lady, can you see the witness?
Yes,
she does not appear on my
her.
screen.
Can
No,
you see?
Mrs. I can't see her, my lady. I'm just going to accept that she's there. I don't know. I've got my
Can
other
she hear
colleagues.
you, Ms. Sinel?
I can hear you, counsel. I can hear you, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, continue then.
May it please the court, my lady. Now, Mr. Sinelo, you just gave evidence to say that when the patients are at Life Esidimeni, who provides clothing for them while they are in the care of Life Esidimeni?
It's Life Esidimeni, and those who've got their own clothes from home, they wear their own clothes. But Life Esidimeni provides.
So does it then mean that when those patients are discharged, are they then expected to leave that clothing behind?
They were given the clothing. It's not an expectation that they must leave it behind. In this instance of the project, they were given the clothes, and we only requested extra clothing for them from Life Esidimeni.
Did you request the additional clothing because they didn't have clothes of their own? Is that your evidence?
Yes, they didn't have clothes of their own, and we requested clothes.
But what you requested, just a second, I'm sorry to interject. What you requested was extra clothing.
Yes, it was extra. They were wearing clothes,
okay,
but they didn't have shoes. But they were wearing clothes.
So, Mr. Sinelo, is it then correct that the patients, some of them did not own clothes of their own, they were making use of the clothes that was being provided by Waverley?
Yes, that is correct, Council.
Now, did you inform those NGOs that they will need to provide clothing for the mental health care users?
Yes, Council, they were made aware that some of the patients have got only one pair of clothing, and they must make means to ensure that patients have clothing.
And when did you inform them about this? Did you inform them at the time of collecting or prior to collection?
Even during collection, they were informed that these patients are only getting one pair of clothes, and then it's your responsibility. For those patients who do not have families who can bring clothes, it's your responsibility now that you must take over. We are taking over the patients.
So it is then your evidence that the NGO was expected to provide clothing to the patients?
Yes, Council.
Now I will just leave that issue at that. Now, Mrs. Sinelo, the patients were then transferred to the NGOs. Is that correct?
That is correct, Council.
Now, in line with the fact that the contract was terminated, were all the patients discharged?
Not all from Waverley where I was allocated. There were 55 patients who were not transferred on the last day, and they were taken to the two facilities of Life Esidimeni.
Yes, you gave that evidence. Just to confirm again, where were they taken to?
They were taken to Baneng and Rand West.
And then when you were cross-examined by Mr. Profi, he then gave the evidence that they were transferred again.
Yes, that's what he said.
Why were they transferred again?
They went to Baneng and Randfontein, and then from there they went to NGOs or hospitals.
And why were these patients left? What was the issue with these patients? These specific 55?
When I gave testimony, I said all the patients who were in the sick bay were not transferred till the 31st. And some of them, they went to Baneng, and some of them went to Randfontein.
So what is your evidence as it pertains to why these patients were left last? Is this because what was the issue with these patients?
These patients had minor ailments. They were in the sick bay, and some of them were not fetched by the NGOs. We were supposed to fetch them on the 31st. That's why they ended up in the Life Esidimeni facilities.
So is it then your evidence that the sick patients were not initially transferred to NGOs?
No. Yes, it is my evidence to say that those in the sick bay, they were the last ones to go from from Waverley, because Waverley had to close down on the 31st.
And whose decision was it to keep them for last?
It was both us and the management of Life Esidimeni that these patients are still recuperating. So at the moment, if we don't get the right place where we can take them.
So you did not transfer patients that in your view were not fit to be transferred?
Yes, I did not. During the transfers, there were no patients who were sick who was transferred to another facility or NGO.
And did you follow up after these patients were transferred to Baneng and Randfontein? What happened to them?
Yes, as I've testified, we went with the patients because we had to go there the following day to check on the patients, both in Baneng and Waverley, and facilitate the movements. As it was indicated in one of the testimony by Dr. Watvala, that some of the patients were from Waverley and they had to be taken to other facilities.
So how long after they were transferred to Baneng and Randfontein were they taken to NGOs?
They were taken immediately because we went there the following day. So those were identified, they were taken, and if I recollect well, Ubuhle was one of the NGOs who came and collected in Baneng and also in Randfontein.
So is it then correct to say that at the time when those patients were handed over to Ubuhle Benkosi, they were not in good state, those patients?
There was never any report to say that they were not in good state when they were transferred.
But you were saying that they were coming from the sick bay and that is why they were kept last.
Not all, isn't it? I said they were kept last, but not all went to Ubuhle Benkosi. Not all of them were from sick bay. There were about 17 patients who were, or less than 20, who came from sick bay. And our recommendation was that these patients have to go to Cullinan Care Center, which renders the same care as the Life Esidimeni. So we recommended that they go to Cullinan. So Ubuhle Benkosi did not get patients from sick bay, in my recollection.
Which patients did they receive?
They received mainly the patients who were in Baneng, which is, I cannot recollect exactly, unless I go to the list to say which ones went to Ubuhle Benkosi. And it was called Umehluko by then. It was not even called Ubuhle Benkosi.
Okay, now the patients were transferred, they all went to the NGOs. When did you have your first meeting to discuss the way forward as it pertains to the patients that were already transferred? How long after the patients were transferred did you have your first meeting as a department to discuss the way forward in terms of the NGOs?
Immediately after the last day of June, we went back to the office to discuss the way forward. That's why we were allocated NGOs to go and support. And I was allocated Precious Angels to go and support. That was between June and July and September. And only after September, I was given other NGOs to adopt.
Now, you know that Precious Angels were one of the NGOs that had difficulties with the patients. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
And you gave evidence already that when you attended to Precious Angels, you found that the conditions were not conducive.
Yes, Council.
What steps did you take after you found that the conditions were not conducive for the mental health care users?
I testified, Council, that I immediately intervened by phoning Dr. Manamela the same day because I felt going to the office will be maybe late. And then I informed her that the conditions are not good, patients are kept in courts, and I recommended that these patients must be moved immediately. They are not in a good condition.
Now, what steps did Dr. Manamela implement after you have given her this after you went back and gave her this feedback?
Dr. Manamela said he will send the team who have identified the NGO to go and verify our findings, and they will take it from there.
And can you just confirm again to the court, who was that team who went to verify?
It's Hannah Jacobus and Franz Tobane from the office, together with the manager of the district, Mr. Lehau.
And after they went to verify what you found at Precious Angels, what steps did they take to rectify the situation?
Remember, they checked the problems which we identified. It was the beds, which were caught beds, and also that it was cold. The patients didn't have blankets, and there was a problem with food. We were worried about whether are they getting food or not. And what they did, they reported to us that they have changed the beds. Hannah Jacobus managed to get beds and also the linen, the blankets, because it continued, Precious Angels continued to render services even after.
Now, do you know how long it took for them to get the beds?
I'm not sure exactly how long did it take, but as I have testified, when the MEC went to Precious Angels, after we have been there before, it was also reported that the Precious Angels have improved. And there was even a professional nurse which we did not find on our visit.
So the issue of the beds were then resolved. The issue of the food and the blankets?
Yes, Hannah and Gordon, they organized blankets. I'm not sure where did they get it, whether they got it from other hospitals, but they have resolved that. And we also managed to get blankets from one of the private hospitals, and they were delivered to Precious Angels.
So the issue of the beds, the issue of the food, the issue of the blankets were resolved. But
yes.
You were saying?
The food, I'm not so sure, but it was never reported again that they didn't have food.
But these are the concerns that you raised with Dr. Manamela?
Yes, Council.
Now, you know that there were patients that died in Precious Angels?
Yes.
Now, when were you informed of the death of those patients in Precious Angels?
I attended a meeting in NGO meeting where they were supposed to give a feedback in July, and Precious Angels, that was the first time I heard that there's a patient who died. He died in July.
In July. You got the message in July.
Yes, I got the message. The first message I got, and I got it because I was in that meeting, and she reported that the patient doesn't have family, and she wanted to give the patient a proper funeral. And then I intervened that when I was in Waverley, I realized that this patient is staying in Shawela. We will make means that we check the family, and then we assisted to find the family.
Now, by the time you intervened, was the patient already buried or was still to be buried?
No, the patient was still to be buried.
Was the patient buried by the NGO or was the patient buried by the family?
The family was successfully contacted and they went to Precious Angels.
Now, post this first death that you heard about, that you said that you were given to adopt some of the NGOs. That correct?
Yes, only in September.
You were only adopting them in September.
Yes.
But what happened before September, after they were now placed? What were your duties?
After they were placed, as I've indicated, Precious Angels is one of the NGOs where we went to go and find out how the patients, whether they have adjusted and what problems do they have. And we wrote reports and indicating our problems. And I've made an example of Precious Angels that all the problems which were identified, the department intervened.
Now, you wrote your reports to say that these are the challenges. Were all those challenges attended to by the time you left Precious Angels?
Excuse me, cancelled, but what do you mean when I left Precious Angels?
Before you adopted them formally?
Yes, as I've indicated that Hannah organized the beds, and we also organized linen and blankets for the patient. And then within that time, some of the problems were resolved.
Now, having heard that the problems were resolved and having heard in this meeting that a patient has died, you said that you were surprised that the patient has died.
Yes, I was surprised because I was not awaiting patients to die. That's what I gave evidence to this, because death is not something you can expect to happen.
Why were you not expecting them to die? Because of what?
I didn't expect to die because I don't know what causes the death, because there are many factors which can lead to death. So I wouldn't really know what it could have caused the death.
Did you not understand the cause of death?
No, I didn't know the cause of death because I was not working in the NGO, and the co-function of supporting the NGOs after that, it lied mainly with the district. So they are the ones who were supporting when we are not there, because they're always there at the district. It's one of their co-functions.
Now, I want to take you briefly before we go to lunch, just to the affidavit of Ms. Cassandra Chambers, and I think you will find it on page 351. Let me just verify the page number. You will find it further down, so you'll find it at paragraph 11, which is page 352. Oh, yeah, page 352.
I have found it, Councillor.
If you can look at paragraph 11, and I will just read from the fifth line into the record. It says that at paragraph 11.
Can we first read the paragraph, please? Let the witness read the paragraph first before you do that.
She can read the paragraph, my lady.
Thank you. I've read the paragraph, Councillor.
Just a second. Yes, you can continue, Ms. Mbowen.
May it please the court, my lady. Now, Mrs. Sinelo, I just want to take you to line 5. It starts with saying that the initial fear. Let me just see if no, let me start. My apologies. I'll start from the beginning. The Gauteng Department of Health Management was warned beforehand that the way the project plan to transfer mental health care users to NGO is carried out will be disastrous if proper plan is not executed. Moreover, SADC did not anticipate that the mental health care users will demise or suffer as they did, but the serious concern was raised that the patients would not get proper care and there were serious risks. You see that?
Yes, I do, Council.
Now, you see that even SADC or Ms. Chambers here indicates that she also did not expect that these patients would pass away by moving them from one environment to the other. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's my understanding, Council.
Now, before my learned colleague had asked you earlier, and to which you positively responded, and we're not disputing that at the moment, that when a patient is moved from one environment there where they've been for many years, as it is in this case, for almost, it's 38 to 40 years that they were in Life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
That's correct, Council.
That when they are moved, it can have a detrimental effect on the state of the health of the mental health care user. Is that correct?
That is correct, Council.
No, but you also gave evidence to say earlier today to say that these patients, they can be moved and they have been moved in the past. But if they are given proper care, nutrition, medical assistance, and medication, they can adjust to a new environment. What do you say to that?
Yes, I agree with you, Council.
Now, my lady, before I start with my next topic, is it an opportune time to take the lunch break?
Definitely. Just a second. We will now take a lunch adjournment. We will resume at 2 o'clock. The witness is warned. Thank you very much.
As the court pleases, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it please you, my lady.
Ms. Mboweni, are you ready?
Good afternoon, Judge. Yes, I'm ready to proceed, my lady.
Yes. Afternoon, Ms. Sinuelo.
Good afternoon, Judge.
You are reminded that you're still under oath. You may proceed, ma'am.
May it please the court, my lady. Now, Mrs. Sinelo, we touched on the issues of the NGOs and the readiness of the NGOs briefly before we went to lunch. I would like for you to go to page 1504 on case lines. (1504), and if you can go to paragraph 7. Here you will find, this is the affidavit of Hannah Hendrika Jacobus. And I just want to start from paragraph 7. If you can read paragraph 7 before I ask you any questions.
Okay, I've found it. Counsel.
Yes, if you can just read it, the whole paragraph 7.
Must I read only paragraph 7?
Yeah, you can just read paragraph 7 for now.
I've read it, Counsel.
Now, Mrs.
Yes,
Sinelo, you would see that it starts with prior to the marathon project. Now, which phase is Ms. Jacobus talking about here when she says prior to the marathon project? What was happening here when she starts off by saying prior to the marathon project?
I would interpret as before patients were transferred.
So she says that we also had a team of professionals that included occupational therapists, doctors, dietitians, and psychiatrists. And then she says further, we had a controlled transfer of mental health care users, and we were already satisfied with the care provided by the NGOs. You see that?
Yes, I see that. And
yes, so now, yes, if you can just explain what period is she referring to in this paragraph?
I would assume that even before the notice, that's the way they were running the NGOs, as she was a leader of the NGOs, meaning that whenever he goes to the NGO, he will involve all the teams.
Yes, and
which
where
team
was
now?
this
all
team?
The teams. What is all the teams?
All the disciplines she has mentioned: occupational therapists, doctors, dietitians, and psychiatrists.
Now, where was this team during the marathon project?
The team was available at the district.
It seems there is an interruption.
The team was available during the marathon, but at the district level.
So would this team not accompany Mrs. Jacobus when you were busy with the marathon project?
No, not to my understanding.
And is there any particular reason why they were not accompanying her during the marathon project?
I don't know, I wouldn't know, but since they were the ones identifying NGOs, I assume that they never gave feedback that they are going with the team.
So this team was not engaged during the marathon project?
Yes, as she has indicated prior to the project.
Okay, that is fine. We'll then move on from that point. Can we move to page 394? Page 394.
Yes. Paragraph.
Now, if you can go to page, my apologies, can we start at page 392 and paragraph 4? This is the affidavit, the statement of Mr. Titsetso Malebe. And if you can go to paragraph 4, you can read the whole of paragraph 4, which starts with, I was then contacted by a lady.
Okay. Okay, Council. I have read paragraph 4.
Thank you, Mrs. Sinello. We'll then proceed. Now, Mrs. Sinello, you will note in this, at the outset of this paragraph, Mr. Malebe indicates that he was contacted by Rochelle Gordon, who said that she's looking for NGOs for mental health care patients. Now, is this the process that the department would usually follow in obtaining the services from NGOs? What is the process that the department follows to get the services of an NGO? Does the department approach the NGOs, or how does it work?
You please ask the witness one question, then the others can follow. Your first question is this the process? As outlined in this paragraph, how DSSO came to know about the whole process? Is this the process?
That's not the right process to follow.
It's not, no?
Yes.
Then you can, a follow-up, you can continue.
Can you explain then what is the process that the department would follow to procure the services of NGOs, Mrs. Sinello?
In my knowledge, the department has to issue an application, call for applications in media, and then people will respond from there.
And was there any applications issued in the media?
Not this time. There was no application, call for applications issued.
And was there any specific reason why the correct procedure was not followed?
As I have testified that they said this was an unusual situation. That's Dr. Manamela's words.
Just a second. Yes.
Now, Mrs. Sinello, are you aware of any instruction that was given by Dr. Manamela to any of you to procure the services of NGOs?
Not, I don't remember that.
Just a second. Yes, continue.
Now, if Dr. Manamela did not give this instruction to Ms. Jacobus to go and engage with NGOs to procure their services, where do you think she got this instruction from to do what she did? On which authority was she acting in approaching individuals to procure services of NGOs?
Yes, if I remember very well, in one of our meetings, since there was this termination of the Life Esidimeni project, Dr. Manamela said to the person doing NGOs that they must go and check which NGOs can expand on the NGOs were providing services. And if they can expand, because they will be needing more NGOs.
Was he only referring to expansion of existing NGOs?
Yeah, she also mentioned that there might be new NGOs, but the process exactly how it unfolds, I don't know. But I was just told about one meeting which they had once. I was not in that meeting, that the existing NGOs came and there were other NGOs who also wanted, as new NGOs in that meeting, who wanted to open NGOs.
So it was existing and new NGOs.
Yes.
Now, if we can go to, we are on paragraph 4. Just want to get the page number. So we are still on page 392 and paragraph 4. If we can move over to paragraph page 393 and the second part that goes over of the same paragraph 4, you will see that Mr. Malebe indicates, and I read this into the record, it was in late 2015 in that meeting, Rochelle Gordon informed me that the tender for drug rehabilitation.
I'm on that page. Where are you reading?
Page 393, my lady.
Yes, from which line?
In the second part that is on the next page of paragraph 4.
Yes, I'm there, but in that meeting, okay, in that meeting.
That's what it was in late 20, yeah, in that meeting.
Okay, no, I see it. Okay, the last part of page 392, okay.
Yes, my lady, indeed so. In that meeting, Rochelle Gordon informed me that the tender for drug rehabilitation is not going to be awarded and inquired from me as to whether I could consider the one for mental health care users. I inquired from her as to how will that project unfold, and she indicated that she will arrange a person working with NGOs who will provide me with more detailed information. After a week, Rochelle Gordon called me and invited me for a follow-up meeting. I went for a meeting and she introduced me to the lady by the name Hannah Jacobus. Hannah Jacobus explained to me that as an NGO, I will be receiving mental health care patients who are high functioning, that only need home-based care and needed to be reintegrated back into communities. I did not take any decision at that stage. I went home and shared the information with my mother. My mother informed me that either myself, or her were not experienced in taking care of mental health care users, and as such will be difficult to take care of such patients. My mother asked me as to whether professional nurses will be required, and I informed her that Hannah Jacobus had informed me that the Department of Health will be providing nurses. My mother was concerned about the entire project. I then called Hannah Jacobus and told her about my mother's concerns. Hannah proposed that I attend a meeting at 163 Johannesburg with my mother, where the matter of Life Esidimeni project will be discussed in detail. Now, Mrs. Sinelo, you will see that in addition to the fact that this is now a different way of approaching this client or this owner of this NGO. You see that?
Yes.
Yes. Now, he further states that he was told that the nurses will be provided by the Department of Health.
I don't know.
That?
I don't know about that. It's the first time I'm hearing it.
And let me just backtrack. I skipped one important part for my purposes of my questioning, is that he says that I will be receiving mental health care patients who are high functioning. What can you explain to the court? What is a high functioning patient?
High functioning patient is the one who can do things for himself. He can bathe himself, he can feed himself, and he can do other activities like being engaged in group therapy. And a high functioning patient is a stable patient on treatment.
Now, this is the impression that Mr. Kobus created to Mr. Malebe, that they will be giving them high-functioning patients. Is this what then transpired?
No. Some of the patients were not high-functioning.
Why did they not give the high-functioning patients to this NGO as they had agreed?
Those patients, they didn't state when they were telling us that this NGO is ready. They just said it's an NGO for males of a certain age who are stable on medication. So when they were placed, it was according to that criteria.
But the question is,
confusion?
Just a second, let me understand you. I must understand this, your response. The question is, if you read the statement, is Mr. Malebe is being told that they are talking about high functioning patients. Now, why were they not given this high functioning patients? Do you know?
I don't know why they were not given high functioning patients.
Now, Mrs. Sinelo, being based at Waverley at the time when patients were being discharged, did you know which patients were supposed to go where? What the NGO could accommodate at that time when the patients were being discharged?
Yes, when they tell us about the readiness, they would inform us what type of patients they need. They need males who are stable. But the high functioning part, it was not indicated.
Can you then explain to the court where does the confusion then come from that patients that were sent then to this NGO were not high functioning patients? Was it on the side of Life Esidimeni? Was it on the side of the NGO or on the side of the department?
It would be maybe
was not clear.
Maybe it was the description of exactly what type of patients from the Department of Health.
Who described the patients?
When they told us of the readiness of NGO, they did not specify about the high functioning, the people who identified the NGO.
So at the time of discharge, were you not sure which patients were going to which NGO?
Based on the criteria given, we would know that these are males who are stable. But my frustration is that the high functioning part was not indicated.
Now, when we have regard again to that list that Mr. van Bergen referred you to yesterday, you remember the list with the patients, explains the type of patients and where they will be going to. It gives you the details of the patients.
Yes.
Remember the list? Can we go back to the list? The list is found on page 37285.
I've got the list, Council.
Yes, I'm just wanting mine to open fully. Apologies, my lady. Somehow I'm on the document itself, but it's not opening. It's just small. Now, Mrs. Sinelo, if you have regard, we can just look at the first line, for example. The first one starts with Tsepo. You see that?
Yes, Council.
Yes, and the next column will be surname, it will be address, it will be district, and then we go further, it will have date of admission. We go further down, it will give us a number, a date of birth, it will give us an age, it will talk about the contact with the family, and then here it will the next column after contact with family, it will talk about physical or functional disability.
Yes.
Yes. Now, this should have been an indication of what are the disabilities, that the functional disabilities of this patient. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that not part of the criteria?
It is part of the criteria.
And then if we move further down the headings, you will find there's another one that says other psych diagnosis included intellectual disability or substance abuse, and then it will say profound intellectual disability. You see that?
Yes.
And then it will say whether fully dependent or dependent on professional staff, etc. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Was that not the criteria that was used to decide where the patient should be sent to?
It was part of the criteria, and the NGOs also had their own criteria.
But when they would collect them, would you explain to them what the condition and the functional disability of the patient is at the time of transfer? Could you explain that to them?
Yes, as I've indicated, that the report was given by the referring hospital, which was Life Esidimeni. They would indicate, and if I recall, there were no patients who were unstable, which were sent to Discharge's NGO.
So the patients that he received was the patient according to the criteria that he has specified he's able to take care of. Is that your evidence?
Yes, the patients who were sent to him, they were patients who were mobile, could take care of themselves.
Now, I just want to go back. to the affidavit of Mr. Malebe, which was on page 394. My lady, if I can just go back to page 394. Now, at paragraph 8, it starts with on the 26th of May 2016. Can you read just the first line? Up to users.
Let her read the whole paragraph first.
As the court pleases, my lady.
I have read it, counsel.
Just a second. Okay, continue, Mr. Mboweni.
Thank you, thank you, my lady. Mr. Sinelo, you will see that here, Mr. Malebe says that you are the one who called him, informing him that he should arrange transport and urgently come to Waverley Life Esidimeni to fetch the mental health care users. I want to find out from you who informed you that you should be calling him to come and fetch the mental health care users.
I was informed by the identifying two personnel, Hannah and Franz. I don't remember exactly who told us of the number of patients they can be placed in Ribafeni. So I called, but I did not urgently call, and I called the previous to find out would it be possible for him to come and fetch patients from River.
And were you there when he collected the patients?
Yes, I was.
Did he come with a medical team to assess the patients?
He came with 2 care workers. It was him and 2 care workers.
Now, those care workers that was there, and I'm asking this question very reservedly, were they indeed, in fact, in a position to assess those mental health care users at the time of their discharge?
As I have indicated, counsel, that the physical examination was done prior by the doctor, Dr. Kani. So when they leave, the 2 teams, they just check whether the patient is in a satisfactory condition physically when he's leaving. So they were in a position as care workers to check whether there are any injuries, there are any bruises, are there anything they can alarm us, let us know if the patient is sick or not.
So just to be clear, the checking that is being done by the NGOs, is it just a face value check? It's just what they see physically?
No, they even undress patients. There was a special room where they even check whether the patient has got injuries or any bruises. There was a specific room where they check.
And was this checks done by Ribafeni care workers before they left with the patients?
Yes, all patients who left, they were checked.
Now, if we can move on from there, he then says that not all the patients were in possession of their files and some were not issued with medication.
I don't recall not giving medication, and they were given medication because the medication was prepared the day before by the dispensary of Life Esidimeni. So the people who came, who brought the patients, they were having files, they were also having medication.
And then did you explain to the court what happened to the files or the medication?
They were given to them. So I don't know how can this say that? I'm not sure what happened, but the files of all the patients were given. Because this happened after we've rectified the 7 days. So they were given 28 days medication and they were given a periodical.
On the same day as they were discharged?
On the 6th of May.
Now, let's just go down, further down. We can go to paragraph 11. And that will be found on page 395. If you can read paragraph 11.
Thank you, Councillor Everett.
Now, Mrs. Sinelo, were you one of the people that adopted this NGO?
No.
Do you know who adopted this NGO?
I'm not sure exactly who adopted the NGO, but I did go after placement to the NGO.
And
but
why did you do that the
that
NGO?
was placed before adoption.
Before adoption?
Yes.
And what did you find at Rebafeni?
In Rebafeni, what we found that there was shortage of medication, and the intervention by the district, it came about because I informed Mr. Lehau, and Mr. Lehau requested this doctor, I've just forgotten, he has mentioned the doctor who was assessing patients and also writing new prescriptions for them.
Do you know for how long these patients were left without medication?
We went there in July, so based on the information we got, it was around a week, the patients not having medication.
About a week?
Yes, ma'am. Judge, sorry.
But you said you went there before the placement. Did I capture you the right way?
No, I went there after placement, immediately.
After, which was in July?
Yes, in July.
Okay.
But I also got information that these patients had no medication before. They had problems of medication.
Before you went there?
So I came, but I intervened immediately because it was early in July to say that please district must also intervene. And as a result, there was even a nurse, not a nurse, a district coordinator, Mr. What's this? I've just forgotten the name. He was also allocated to ensure that this NGO gets medication. A person from the district.
Okay.
Now, other than the medication, when you attended to Rebafeni, did you find that they had the necessary staff on site?
No, they did not have the necessary staff. I even commented when we wrote the report that they had only one enrolled nurse who was working in both facilities because they had two facilities. And it was on sessional and staff was inadequate. I indicated that.
Now, he says that he informed then Dr. Libete, which I'm not going to ask you whether he did inform Dr. Libete because I don't know if you know about that. Do you know about him talking to Dr. Libete?
No, I know that what is written in this paragraph, that he was not coping and he wanted the department to take over. And I was not in meetings. It was Dr. Libete and Dr. Manamela. I'm not sure whether Hannah was also attending.
Now he says that he informed the department that he was not coping and that he did not have the recreational facilities for the users, and ultimately the contract was terminated.
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware because I heard that he complained that he is no longer able to afford to look after the cases.
Now, Mrs. Sinelo, do you know whether Rebafeni was given any financial support by the government?
Yes, Rebafeni was paid. I'm not sure whether they paid in July or August. The financial part, I'm not so sure about it. As the claims were sent to the district, and they are the ones who process the financial.
So they were paid in August.
I think they were paid in August because they do that through the district. The process of giving them money is from the district because they claim from the district financial office.
My apologies, my lady. Towards the end of paragraph 11, he says that Rebafeni withdrew from providing food to the patients from the 15th of December due to the failure of the Department of Health to make payment for November 2016. And then it says that the Tshwane District Mental Health took over by supplying food parcels to the users. Now, you said that payment took place between August and September?
Yeah. Yes, because when we went afterwards, after placement, some of the NGOs were paid and some were not paid. I think by August they were paid. Most of the NGOs, August, September, they were paid.
August and September they were paid, but you don't know after September.
Yes, and a person maybe who can be able to explain, especially on the financial side, is the district people who receive the claims.
Now, you can just move on to paragraph 13. It says, Rebafeni Mental Health had the following staff capacity. I just want to read it to you because I just want us to read it onto the record and deal with
paragraph 13.
Paragraph 13, my lady, on page 396.
All right.
My apologies, Ms. Sunelo. I actually want to start with paragraph 12, where it says, I was not involved in a day-to-day running of the two houses, which is on page 395. My apologies, my lady.
What is wrong now?
My lady, can I just have a 1 minute break? I just need to drink something quickly.
Okay.
If you can just stand down for 2 minutes.
You can. There's no need to stand down. If you can, we'll just wait for you. Just.
Thank you, my lady.
Okay. Are you in the same room?
No, we're not in the same room, Judge.
Who's coughing? Is that yourself or the? Huh?
It's me.
Now it's you.
Yes, Judge.
You don't have some water before you?
Yes, I did. I did drink water.
Okay.
May I please the court, my lady? My lady, if you can go back to paragraph 12, Mr. Sinelo, on page 395.
Paragraph 12.
Paragraph 12.
It
reads, and I'll just read it onto the record. I was not involved in a day-to-day running of the two houses and do not have much information about the events leading to the deaths of the patients. What I can confirm is that 2 patients, namely Christopher Mohorane and Samson Nklapo, were admitted to Rebafeni on different dates and died while under the care of Rebafeni. I also admit that due to the fact that Rebafeni's staff had no experience to deal with mental health care patients, their lives were put in danger. Now, Mrs. Sonelo, my question to you is that, did you know that Rebafeni did not have the experience to deal with mental health care patients?
As I have indicated, Council, that when I visited in July, I realized that the staff doesn't have capacity and they were understaffed. I did realize after placement.
Yes, now if we can then go to paragraph 13, it says Rebafeni Mental Health had the following staff capacity: 1 registered nurse, retired, appointed after 3 months of receipt of patients, 1 auxiliary nurse, 1 enrolled nurse, 9 caregivers, and 4 cookers. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Was
Council.
the staff component not adequate to take care of the patients that were placed at Rebafeni?
Looking at the staff complement here, this was for the 2 houses, which is
Yes.
they split it into 2. So, meaning that 9 care workers were not adequate for 2 facilities.
So
And
this was not adequate.
Yes, it was not adequate for 2 houses. 9 care workers. And I've indicated that there was only 1 enrolled nurse, that is a staff nurse, whom they share into in the 2 houses, who was receptionist. And looking at what is written here, they've appointed a registered nurse after my visit, because I was there in July. So
they appointed, just come again?
They appointed the registered nurse after I have been there.
That is in July.
Yeah, I went in July. And
Okay.
they said they appointed after 3 months of receipt of patients. So the last patient was given to them in June, at the last day of June. So they only appointed after 3 months after receiving patients. So when I went there, that registered nurse was not there. I indicated that it was only the staff nurse who was looking after the 2 houses.
And when you found that the staff was not adequate, did you report this to anyone?
Yes, I reported. I even wrote a report to say that. That's why at the end of the day, the district staff tried to help them whilst they are still busy with recruiting staff.
And how were they assisting them?
There was a nurse from the district who used to come and assist them.
1 nurse only?
Yes. And also, as I've mentioned, the doctor was also assessing patients.
And do you know how often the doctor went to Rebafeni?
I'm not sure how many days, but he was there to go and assess patients and write prescriptions. And Mr. Mohale, who was assisting Rebafeni, was the one who was helping them to ensure that medication is there.
So the department did extend assistance to Rebafeni?
Yes, the district staff were very supportive towards Rebafeni.
But this in turn was still not sufficient?
Yes, as I've said, those were not sufficient. When I went there, if he says that, I cannot recall, but when I went there, the staff complement was not sufficient. And because they were sharing it into 2 houses, and there was no registered nurse.
So can we then say that the care was not adequate at the NGO?
Yes.
That's what he has said just now.
Yes, just to summarize, my lady. Now, I would just like to go to another affidavit on the same topic, and this you will find on page 338. And if you can go to paragraph 7, you can just read from paragraph 7. This is the statement of Ms. Sandra Thema.
I have read.
Now, just to place it within context, my lady, in paragraph 5, it starts at paragraph 5, and just to refresh Mr. Sinelo's memory, that Mr. Malebe is the son of Ms. Thema, Ms. Sandra Thema.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Now, at paragraph 7, the paragraph that I was just referring you to, she says that while she was at work, she got the shock of her life when Tisetso sent her a video of mental health care users in a bus. And then she says, I immediately called him and informed him that he was informed to fetch the I immediately called him and he informed me that he was informed to fetch the mental health care users from one of the facilities of the Life Esidimeni, and was told to rush in order to choose patients that are in good condition. I told him that the place was not ready.
Continue, that's fine.
Yes, that the place was not ready. Now, you can see from this statement that Ms. Thema is saying that she knew that the place was not ready. And she was shocked when she learned that he had actually been given patients from Life Esidimeni. Now, you having been at Life Esidimeni at the time when these patients were handed over, did you have discussions with Mr. Malebe regarding where he's taking the
I don't think
patients
the witness, maybe she's not right.
Oh, my apologies, my lady. My camera is minimized.
Mm.
Yes.
Do you want
Mrs.
us to
Sinelo?
take a break or?
No, ma'am, it's fine.
Okay, are you fine now? Okay. Can you just repeat the question?
Now, Mrs. Sinelo, we read here in this paragraph that that Ms. Thema is saying that she was shocked to find that the patients were handed over to Tisetso, and that he's saying that they had to get there quickly to rush in order to get the patients that were in good condition.
That was not from Waverley.
They were not from Waverley. Did he take patients from, where did he take patients from?
He took from Waverley and also from the other facility, which is Ranfontein.
And how do you know that these patients that she's talking about is not the ones from Waverley?
That they must come and pick. That was not Waverley. They were not picking patients. They come and rush and pick up patients who can be suited for their NGOs. That was not done in Waverley.
Is it who selected the patients for Rebafeni?
Isn't it that we said there was a criteria and we would go with them to the wards and then we'll get feedback and then they will write a list of patients and then this list will be sent to the social worker who's going to complete that form which we use when they go. So they didn't come and pick up patients which are suitable for them.
They were. Is it your evidence that they were given the patients?
Yes.
Now, we know that he says that he could not take care of these patients because of the financial implications. Now, if we go to paragraph 9, it says that I told him that the Rebafeni board had taken a decision of not continuing as it will be in violation of the departmental policies as money was paid into its account and then transferred into the other account that was open for purposes of a new NGO. Now, do you know these funds that they're talking about? Where did these funds come from?
No, I don't know. As I've indicated that the finance part, they used to claim from the district and they were processed by the district. So the financial aspect, I'm not sure. I don't know.
I do apologize for jumping around in this statement, but can I please go back to paragraph 7, but on page 339, where it starts with my worst fear, that there was no food to feed the patients and that the kitchen was not ready.
I have read that, ma'am.
Yes. Were you aware that there was no food for the patients and that the kitchen was not ready?
No, I was not aware.
When you visited Rebafeni, was the kitchen ready?
When I visited in July, there was adequate food. Rebafeni was one of the NGOs with food.
And the kitchen?
The kitchen was ready and patients were being given meals 3 times a day and even a snack at night.
So this statement that Mstema says then, is it not true?
I'm not sure whether it's true because I think he has written it before patients were actually placed in May. We started to place in May. So I really don't know.
Now, the statement was made on the 12th. If you go to page 341, the last page, no, it's not the last page. It's just go to page 341. And this statement was commissioned on the 12th of March, 2019. Well, this was after everything that has already happened. But I'm saying that the statement that you are making as to you don't know because you're not sure when the patients were taken there and when did this statement come about, whether at the time of placement or afterwards.
Yes.
He says her worst fear that there was no food.
Yes, cancer. I don't know. When was that exactly?
Thank you, Ms. Sinelo. I will then not persist with that. Can we then go to page 367? At paragraph 7, if you can just read paragraph 7, this is the statement of Kalareng Franz Tobane. And we're just going to focus on paragraph 7.
Thank you, Council. I've read it.
Now, Mrs. Sinelo, you will see that Mr. Tobani says that he was working with Ms. Jacobus to determine the readiness of the NGOs.
Yes, Council.
Now, furthermore, he says that there was no proper tool provided to us to determine the readiness of the NGOs. Were you aware of this?
I don't know of any tool also.
You don't know about any tool that was provided?
Yes, the tool which was provided, it was after for auditing the NGOs, after placement.
And which tool was provided?
The audit tool, which when we adopted NGOs, we were using, that was an audit tool.
So the audit tool came after?
Yes, I used the audit tool when we adopted the NGOs.
Now, if I can just take you to page 37226. 37226. Are you there, Ms. Sinelo?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Now, here you will find this. It says that it's an audit checklist for community mental health care centers that accommodate users with severe and profound intellectual disability and psychiatric disorder. You see that?
Yes, I recognize this tool. I'm the one who developed the tool.
And who did you develop this tool with?
With the Mental Health Directorate for their comments.
Now, the date on this document is the 14th of July, 2016.
Yes, Council.
So when was this, before or after or during placement?
That was after placement.
Okay, so this one refers to Tsepong Health Center. You see that?
Yes, Council.
Yes, then we can go down. I just want to take you to the parts that are relevant for my questioning. If you go to page 37230, it talks about house 1 and house 2. Can you see number 2, assistive devices and equipment, house 1 and house 2?
Yes, I see that.
I'll just read it into the record. Users were not grouped according to their individual needs. The allocation of rooms was just one randomly. There were no assistive devices available for users in line with the principles of correct seating, such as rails and ramps. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Yes. Now, after you have recorded it in this tool that you say you developed together with Ms. Jacobus, what steps did you then take to implement the recommendations that was made?
The recommendations which they were discussed in the meeting and we were allocated according to if it's a problem which a person doing clinics can do. If it's a facility problem like infrastructure, it was referred to the infrastructure to correct. Like here about rails and ramps, but there were ramps at Tsepong, but there were no rails.
Okay, we can go to the next page, which specifically talks about Rebafeni, which is 37233.
Come again?
37233. It's marked RCG 10.
Okay.
And you will see that it talks about the audit checklist for Rebafeni house number 2. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Yes, and then I want us to go down to paragraph 1.6. You see food preparation?
Yes.
And then it says at point 1.6.1, food preparation is done in an adequate kitchen or separate facility. Is there a menu? Is there a certificate of acceptability displayed in the kitchen or a menu? And then it's marked there, it says industrial kitchen under renovation. You see that?
Yes.
Now, if the kitchen was under renovation, how were they preparing the food for the users?
But when I went there, the kitchen was in good order. I'm not sure whether it's an industrial one or not. For Ribafeni, they were using a kitchen for preparation in July.
Now, if we can go to page 37236, which is just further down, and it is number 6. The heading is the financial administration.
Yes.
Yes, and then it talks about when is your financial year end, is the budget shortfall or surplus for the current year, and it says it's 2017 March, and not sure yet because it's a new NGO.
This is
6.1, my lady.
Okay, okay. It's a little faint, but okay.
You see that, Mrs. Sinello?
Yes, I do, Council.
Yes. Now, he's saying that he was not sure yet because they were a new NGO of the financial administration, like whether they have the financial records available, whether it's a shortfall or a surplus, because they were new.
Yes,
these are the challenges that they raised with you. Is that correct?
They have raised with Hannah about when they were asked for auditing, for audited statements, since they were a new NGO.
Yes, maybe we can check who was the person who was there at the time when this audit tool was used. So if you can go to page 37239. 37239. Can you see that it says the audit is completed by?
I can't read.
Okay, are you one of the people who signed this audit tool? Who signed this document?
No.
Can you identify anyone on this document who was there to go and check this facility?
It was the district people. I don't remember. I don't see any names. I don't know the names because the signatures are not visible.
But these are not your signatures.
No.
Okay, that is fine. Now, if we can go to the last one that I want to refer you to is page 562.
562.
562, yes, my lady. Now, this is a statement of Mr. Neil Wesselo, and he says that he is the manager of Shama House. You know Shama House?
Yes, Council, I know Shama House.
Did you ever attend to Shama House?
I have been with Shama House with Dr. Lingwane because it was adopted by Dr. Lingwane.
And when did you visit it? Before or after placement?
After placement.
Yes. And when you attended to Shama House, What did you find?
The infrastructure was not good, and we even recommended that it's one of the facilities that the patients need to be relocated. As a result, they did relocate.
They relocated from which premise to which premise?
From Shama, which was in Kaliman, and they went to the new one. I've just forgotten the name, but they have they relocated.
Now, if you go to paragraph 3, which is found on the same first page, 562, if you can just read paragraph 3.
Yes, I've read paragraph 3.
Now, you will see that it is Mr. Wesselo is saying in this paragraph that he informed Hannah Jacobus that the center is not equipped and ready to take more patients. You see that?
Yes, I do, Council.
Were you aware of that?
No, I was not aware, because Hannah is the one who identified the NGOs, and mainly because she stays in Tshwane, she knew the NGOs before, and she was working in Tshwane. So I didn't know about this.
Do you know furthermore about the threat that she had made against them?
I wouldn't know, Council.
Ms. Sinela, I'm just going to ask you again. Remember, the evidence is already on record. We know that you are not involved with the NGOs. So when the answer needs a yes or a no, please answer yes or no. And then your counsel will direct you if she wants an explanation. Continue.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry for that.
Yes, you indicated that you were not aware of any threats. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct. I was not aware.
Now, can you go to paragraph 5, which is on page 563? If you can just read paragraph 5.
I have read it, Council.
Yes, Mrs. Sinelo, were you on duty on the day that Mr. Wesselo indicates that they went to Waverley?
Yes, I think I was.
No, he indicates that he went to fetch 50 male mental health care users. And he says that on arrival at Waverley Center, Dr. Sophie Nkwane was in charge of the distribution of the mental health care users, together with representatives from Gauteng Department of Health. You see that?
Yes. Yes, Council.
Yes. Now, when Mr. Wesselo came to collect these patients, did they conduct an assessment or an inspection of these patients before they boarded the bus?
They did. They came with care workers. So they did before they bought the bus. They checked the patients together with life Esidimeni.
And then he further says that some patients did have medications in files, and 13 of them without identification documents, but others had nothing. What do you say to that?
13 IDs, which were the IDs were distributed by the social worker who gave them to people of this NGO, and they did not state any complaints that day.
Did some of the mental health care users not have their IDs?
Yes, there were some patients without IDs from Life Esidimeni, and they've indicated that is one of their challenges, that there are some patients who do not have IDs, but they will make follow-up.
And was there any follow-up made?
Yes, they did check the IDs which were left in Life Esidimeni, and some of the IDs were sent to the respective NGOs, but some of them they didn't even have totally, so they had to apply for IDs.
And who applied for them for the IDs, the NGO or the department?
It's the NGO when they are in the NGO, and when they are outside the district has to support the NGO to apply for the IDs through the district social workers.
So this process, was it managed by the social workers?
Yes, the IDs is managed by the social workers.
Now, he says that they were running around looking for patient files and medication. I want to focus on medication. Was this also one of the NGOs that did not have medication or was not given adequate medication?
I was not aware that they did not get medication, because when we went afterwards, this is one of the NGOs who had no problems with medication.
There were no complaints that you know about as it pertains to medication?
Yes, when we visited. And they even had a registered nurse who was looking after their medication, and it was stored properly.
Yes, I don't want to go back to this issue of the condition of the patients, because I believe that you have given adequate evidence on that point. If we can go to paragraph 6, if you can just read paragraph 6. On page 563.
I have read it, Council.
Now, Ms. Sinello, you will see if we can go to the third line. It says that the following day, the medical staff from Refuwe Clinic arrived at the house. The patients were tested for tuberculosis, diabetes, and blood pressure. Now, was this the procedure that was followed at all the NGOs?
No, it was the initiative of that NGO.
Yeah, so it was Shama who then did they request it, or how did they get the service that others did not get?
Refuwe Clinic is the nearest clinic. Shama had other patients who were attending Refuwe Clinic, so maybe they had a relationship with Shama, with Refuwe.
So you're saying that it was initiated by Shama for the clinic to come to the house?
Yes, yes, Councillor.
Now it says in the next line, the MHCUs were given 3 injections for flu. The patients who didn't have files were seen by a psychiatrist who gave patients prescriptions. You see that?
Yes, I do, Councillor.
Now, from what we see was happening here at Shama House, it was quite different from what was happening at the other NGOs. You see that?
I agree.
And what could be the reason why they did things different than other NGOs?
As I have said, they had patients. These were not the same the first patients. They had patients before. This is the practice, what they were following in Shama.
Has Shama received patients from Life Esidimeni before?
No, they had their own patients, but they were not patients from us, from the department.
Now, if we move on to paragraph 7, which is on page 564, it says the following mental health care users were admitted at Shama House and later passed on, and then it gives us the name of 3 of the patients who passed on at Shama House. You see that?
Yes, I do. I do see that.
Where are we now?
Paragraph 7, my lady.
Continue.
On page 564.
Yes, I'm there.
No, at paragraph 7, my lady, as I was indicating to Ms. Sinelo, that the following mental health care users were admitted at Shama House and they passed on, and they put in the 3 names of the mental health care users that passed on at the time after they were placed at Shama House. Now, Mrs. Sinelo, you have seen in paragraph 6 that Shama House took all the necessary steps to treat the mental health care users that was placed into their care.
Yes,
but still some of the mental health care users passed away.
Yes, I can see that, Councillor.
Now, I want to put a proposition to you, and I would like you to respond to that. That the reason the mental health care workers had still passed away, even after they had taken all the necessary steps to take care of them, here in paragraph 6, as we've read before, was because that these patients were already frail at the time that they were transferred. Even if they were at Life Esidimeni, they could have still passed on. What do you say to that?
Yes, it will depend on the factors what have made them to die, and maybe they could have died anyway because of maybe their age. That's why I said it depends on the factors which contributed to their deaths.
Yes, if we can go to paragraph 7, and if we can look at the second bullet point, if we can refer to Patrick Michael Terry, was also admitted at the center. You see that?
Yes, yes, Councillor.
I'm reading into the record, my lady, the remainder of the paragraph, that he was healthy and in good condition. The mental health care user got injured when one of the patients pushed him against the wall and broke his collarbone. He was taken to a clinic for medical treatment, put in a sling, and given painkillers. The patient was recovering very well. Unfortunately, he died in his sleep due to natural cause. You see that?
Yes, I do, Councillor.
Yes. So the reason for this patient passing away at Shama House, it was not due to the fact that he did not receive the necessary care. Can you see that?
Yes, I agree, Councillor.
Yes. Now, if we can move on to paragraph 9. Paragraph 9 on the same page. I'll just read it into the record, my lady. The center did not have a license in terms of the Mental Health Care Act. It was operating with a non-profit organization certificate. On the 21st of May 2016, delegation from the Gauteng Department of Health, Rochelle Gordon, Franz Mohale, and infrastructure officers visited the center to conduct an audit and inspection. Shama House received a license to accommodate 110 mental health care users from Rochelle Gordon of the Gauteng Department of Health and signed by Dr. Manamela. The service level agreement was handed in by Rochelle and signed. You see that, Mrs. Sinelo?
I do see it, Council.
Yes. Were you part of the team who went to inspect Shama House?
No.
You were not part of the team?
No.
Now, just to go further, I just want to finish on this one. At paragraph 11, if we can go to page 565.
You may proceed.
Yes, at paragraph 11, Mrs. Sinelo, I'll just read it into the record that during March 2017, the team from the Gauteng Department of Health came to the center and all the mental health care users were examined by the doctors and psychiatrists. 3 days later, all the mental health care users were removed from the center by the Gauteng Department of Health and transferred to a different hospital. Are you aware of this, Mrs. Sinelo?
Yeah, I'm aware that all the patients were moved from NGOs, but the mental health directorate was not now involved. There was another team. They called it a recovery team that was after the deaths.
So after the deaths, were all the patients then removed from NGOs?
Yes, especially the new NGOs who admitted patients for the first time, mental health care users.
And was there reasoning given why the patients who had to be removed, even from these, from NGO like Shama, who, according to paragraph 6, was doing very well and were actually complying and complying in terms of treating the mental health care users medically?
No, they said it was a recovery plan. They removed all the patients who they were reversing the process.
And where did they take those patients to?
The Department of Health.
Okay.
After Dr. Manamela was suspended.
Oh, okay.
Now, who is the person who reversed this process? Who came up with the recovery plan?
The Department of Health, I'm not sure exactly, but it was signed, it's a recovery by the then HOD. And he had a team, there was a team appointed, and it excluded the mental health directorate.
And who was that HOD?
After Dr. Esidimeni, there was an acting HOD, Dr. My memory it's gone now. There was a doctor who was appointed after Dr. Esidimeni, and then there was this recovery plan, and there was a team which was allocated, and in the mental health directorate, they involved the director. Well, there was a director who came in place of Dr. Manamela, Dr. Kobi.
Doctor?
Kobi. The name now, I don't know what's happening with my memory today. Yes, it was Dr. Kobi.
Kobi.
Yeah, Kobi.
So this doctor was appointed after Dr. Esidimeni?
No, after Dr. Manamela. He was in the directory.
Oh, after
so
Dr. You wanted...
She was in that recovery plan team.
After Dr. Manamela. Okay.
And Mrs. Sinelo, do you know where the patients were taken to?
I was not involved, but I understand that they went to the Selby Clinic. It's got another name now, Sticks Murewa, and they went to other hospitals. And they went back to Waverley. Waverley was open again.
And was Waverley
Just a
is
second,
still...
I need to get that.
Indeed so, my lady.
They went to, which place is that?
It was the Selby Clinic.
Sticks Morewa.
They said Sticks Morewa.
Or Sticks.
Sticks Morewa. In Selby. That is the private hospital in Selby. And the others went back to life to Waverley. And I'm not sure where the others went to.
Continue.
Now, just for the sake of completeness on this topic, Mrs. Sinelo, when the patients were now taken to Waverley, was the management the same management that was there at the time when the patients were discharged, when you were there?
I understand Zanele went back and became nursing manager.
Ms. Buthelezi went back?
Yes, from Vescopis. Isn't it that he was sent to seconded in Vescopis? And then when they reopened, she went back to Waverley. And the nursing manager was no longer Paul Mukwena, it was Sandra.
It was?
It was Sandra.
Sandra who?
I've forgotten the surname, counsel.
Was Sandra there previously, at the time when the contract was terminated? Is it the same person?
No, he was not in Waverley. Previously, it was Paul Mukwena.
No, I accept that you might
Just
not...
before you proceed, Mr. Van Bergen. Is he there? I just wanted to remind you that you requested to be excused.
Yes, my lady, I'm sitting here very much in two minds because I don't know if any evidence is going to be presented which may implicate or be designed to implicate life Esidimeni. So I'll take my chance.
What are you going to do then?
I'll stay on, my lady. I think my obligation to the court is more important and my client is more important. So
Okay.
I'll stay on.
Thank you. All right, continue, Miss.
May it please the court, my lady, I don't have many questions left. Thank you, Mr. Van Bergen. Mrs. Sinelo, do you know whether a new contract was then concluded as part of this recovery plan?
There wasn't a contract, but Franz Tobane is the one who was appointed to support the Waverley.
Now, Mrs. Sinelo, having given extensive evidence on the role that you played at Life Esidimeni and post in supporting or adopting the NGOs, is there anything, according to you, that you could have done differently or in addition to what you have done that could have prevented this situation that caused the death of these patients?
Not me as a person, but maybe the department, if it could have followed the strategic plan and not rush this project, maybe things could have happened differently. And maybe that could have been avoided if it was not a rush project. Because we only, in Life Esidimeni, I started helping from the 11th till the 31st. And that time was very limited.
Is it your evidence that that time was not sufficient?
Yeah, time was not sufficient because also the community was not prepared. They could have followed the strategic plan, which says if you deinstitutionalize, you have to upscale community services to ensure that the patients, they go nearer to where they stay. And the clinics are in a right, they are ready to accommodate them and give them treatment which is ordered for them.
Now, the last point that I want to put to you is that during Ms. Foster's cross-examination, she had said to you that she asked you and you said that you are retired. Is that correct?
Yes, I am retired.
And then she had indicated to you that you were given or provided with legal representation, even though you are no longer an employee of the department. You remember that?
Yes, I do, Counsel.
Do you know why you were provided with legal representation?
Is because I was employed by the department during the time of the project.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I've got no further questions for this witness.
Okay. Just a second. There's this issue that I want to understand from you, Ms. Sinelo. As an employee who was asked by the department to go and assist Life Esidimeni with the transfers at Waverley, I just want to understand what was your role or what was happening in the waiting room, taking into account that you have testified that you are the person who called these NGOs.
Yes, some of the NGOs were called by me, Judge.
Yes, I want to understand what was the purpose of these patients being in the waiting room and what was your role as against the role of Life Esidimeni there?
As I've indicated, I was there to facilitate, and in my facilitation role, the patients would be received from the wards, brought in by the staff from the wards.
The staff of Life Esidimeni.
Of Life Esidimeni, the patient, those who were looking after these patients. And they would bring those patients in, and the NGO receiving would also be there because they've come to fetch. And there was a table where they would put the files and everything, that these are the 20 patients here, and here's their medication as it was prepared, and also the manager of Life Esidimeni, and there's managers from the different wards will also be there. And they give feedback to the people who are coming to fetch the patients, that these are the 20 patients. From the list here, they are appearing in the list which was prepared by the social worker, and each and every one of us will have
the social worker from the department?
No, from Life Esidimeni. Isn't it that patients are identified that
by Life Esidimeni?
Yeah, by Life Esidimeni, and the list given to the social worker, and the social worker complete the form and inform the relatives that Solomon will be going to this because now she has placed them. according to the criteria of that NGO. And then we'll get a list in the morning that these are the patients which must go to the NGO. And that NGO will come and fetch the patients.
This list, you get it from?
From the social worker. These are the yes. And then from there, each one of us will have a list. And then the staff from Life Esidimeni will hand over to the NGO that these are the 20. And then they would go to the, after we've all checked the files, that the files are there. Both.
You know what I don't understand? You are saying the staff of Life Esidimeni will hand over the patients to the...
Then let me explain first. They would come with the files, and they would put the files here. And both we are here, and as overseers, we are there. Me and Zanele and so Dr. Linkwane, we are all there. And then the Life Esidimeni would hand over, saying that these are the 25 of these patients. And the people from that facility will take the files, and we will be there also checking that does this patient have medication in that file. We'll also check together. Was there a summary written? Was that signed by the doctor, the summary? And we'll check. But the files will be handed over to the receiving facility. And then from there, the receiving facility and Life Esidimeni staff who are looking after this patient would go to that room where they actually check physically whether the patients are right. And then from there, they will all go out with the files together, the files with the NGO. Now the files have been handed over to the NGO. And then we will all go to the transport. And the Life Esidimeni staff who are looking after the patient will call the names, knowing that at least I know this patient, that if I call him, he will respond. Or if he doesn't respond, I know who he is, and then they'll put them in the bus.
I'm repeating this question because you were asked about this, and I indicated that the evidence from Ms. Buthelezi was that they handed over. In fact, the users were handed over from clinicians of Life Esidimeni to the clinicians of the department. So that's what I want to understand. As to whether you and Mrs. Linkwane, were you what they call the clinicians, or were there other people, or just explain to me there so that I can understand.
The clinicians are talking about this, it's us. But as I've indicated,
it's you and Miss Linkwane, Dr. Linkwane, okay?
Yes, but as I've indicated that with me, it was never said that they are going to hand over to me and then I hand over to the NGO.
Not specifically you yourself. It's from they are saying clinicians from Life Esidimeni to the clinicians of the department.
They were referring to us, but I disputed that they were not actually handing over to us. They were handing over to the professional staff of that NGO. We were there as observers, and to facilitate that the process is done, and we also check together with them all the documents.
So with regard to Precious Angels, you indicated that they had problems with difficulties with patients. You even recommended to Dr. Manamela that they should be moved.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, But you indicated that some of the problems were resolved. But my question is, was there any reason why they were not moved after you indicated the problems?
I don't know. I was not given any reason for not moving them, because I recommended that they must be moved, and then Dr. Manamela indicated that he's going to send those people who have identified that house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you never went there again. You just got the information that the problems were resolved.
No, they went and they gave
Yes.
they gave feedback, and I also, because we had to deliver some blankets there.
Yes.
From the private sector, which was given to us. And I also got a report that after we had been there, after the problems had been resolved, the team were including
Dr. Manamela,
HOD, and Ms. Qedani, but I was not there. They were Precious Angels. And in Precious Angels was found to be fine, because there was even a registered nurse. That's the feedback I got. And then after that, I was removed.
But you yourself, you didn't go again, just to confirm whatever the report that you got.
Isn't it that after that, I was allocated to adopt other NGOs, and I was not given Precious. That is the reason for me not going back to Precious.
Okay, so you couldn't confirm as to whether you took their word to say that everything was resolved and the team was satisfied.
And as I've indicated, that the facility was even visited again
by the whole team,
senior management, but I was not there. But Dr. Lingwane was there, and she gave me feedback that even the professional staff was adequate on that day when they were there.
Your counsel, Ms. Mboweni, asked you a question with regard to Ms. Chamber's statement. When she said, when patients are moved, it can have a detrimental effect on them. But with proper care, nutrition, medication, they can adjust. And your response was yes.
Yes.
They can adjust despite the rush thing, despite the fact that the process could have been done differently, in that the mental care health users could have been given some time before they were completely discharged or transferred to other places.
I agree with that. I also agree with that. If it was not a rush project, they could have maybe they could have survived, and they could have received proper care.
But what I pick up, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, from your evidence is that most of these NGOs, those that you just referred to in this evidence of this afternoon, Revafeni, for example, Precious Angels, I won't count all of them. In fact, you learned afterwards that they were not ready, but the evidence proves that indeed when the mental health users were transferred or discharged from Life Esidimeni, these NGOs were not ready and didn't have the capacity to accommodate them.
Yes, Judge, I agree because I also discovered that after placement.
Mm. Are there any questions from the questions that I've just asked?
No, on my side, I'm okay.
No, I'm asking the others. Yes.
None, my lady advocate Sibara.
My lady, may I just raise one issue with this witness arising from your ladyship's questions?
I think Sibara also, is that Mr. Sibara?
No questions to the witness, my lady.
Okay.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. Mrs. Sinello, her ladyship dealt with you with the issue of handover from clinicians to clinicians. And you said yes, you and Dr. Lenkwane were clinicians, but you disputed that there was actual handover to you. You were there as observers. Now, what I want to put to you, when the users were, the mental health care users were brought to the waiting room by the Life Esidimeni staff, you testified that you and Dr. Lenkwane then checked the files, you checked the medication, you checked the documentation, and after that, is it correct that you and or Dr. Lenkwane then signed what Ms. Buthelezi referred to as a handover register containing the names of the users to be transferred?
No, that was not the purpose of signing that. It was signing that the patients have left the facility, how many patients went. And then there was also a column to say that did this patient get medication, and you tick, was the family notified? Yes, by the social worker, and physically when the patient was checked, that's why they said satisfactory, and then together we will sign that, and even the NGO receiving.
Yes, Ms. Sinello, the evidence of Ms. Buthelezi was that after all those issues had been checked by you and Dr. Lenkwane, the names of the users, that there was medication, that all the requirements had been met, it was signed by you and Dr. Lenkwane to confirm that everything was in order, and it was an indication that the responsibility had now been handed over to the department. There was no such process between Life Esidimeni and the NGOs who came to collect.
There was, because that form, it was not only signed by me and Dr. Lenkwane, it was signed by Life Esidimeni, signed by the district, signed by the provincial, which is us, and signed by the fetching NGO that he has received these patients. It was signed by all of us.
Right. Ms. Sinello, please turn to page 408 on case lines.
I am on 4.8.
You will see that that is the affidavit of Rochelle Gordon. You will see that on page 407. And Ms. Gordon states in paragraph 6 on page 408 the following. On the 12th of May 2016, I was present when the patients from Life Esidimeni Waverley Care Centres started to be placed under the care of the NGOs, I and Mr. Mohale signed for the patients. Now, I want to stand still there.
Yes.
Ms. Gordon was also a clinician, not so?
Yes, Council.
She and Mr. Mohale signed for the patients. That means they signed acceptance for the patients. Not so?
Yes, because they are working at the district, yes.
Yes, but Dr. Sophie Lenkwani and Ms. Nonseba Sinelo kept the documents where we signed for discharged mental health care users. What I want to put to you is that this is an indication that, in fact, signing the document was accepting responsibility for those users on behalf of the Department of Health. That is what is meant by the words signed for the patients. Do you differ from that?
Yes, if you put it that way, we also signed, all of us, that Life Esidimeni is handing over to the NGO, and we also signed that, we witnessed that.
Yes, that is your interpretation, Ms. Sinello. That is not, in fact, what the intention was.
Excuse me, Council, I am the developer of that form. I developed that form to make it easier for us. So my intention was that I'm interpreting it the way when I developed that thing, that form, how it was going to be used.
Ms. Sinello, we are back where we were Friday afternoon. That was your subjective interpretation, but that was not what the instruction had been, that there was a necessity that Life Esidimeni must hand over to a clinician of the Department of Health.
Council, as I've indicated, that instruction was never made to me. It was not clear that these people, the Life Esidimeni is handing over to me. That's what I testified on.
Yes, and that's why I said it was your subjective interpretation. My lady, I see Ms. Mbeweni's hand is up.
Okay, I'll give you a chance. Yes, Ms. Mbweni.
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, I object to this line of questioning for the very simple reason that my learned colleague cannot tell the witness what her intention was. That is the purpose of having the witness on the stand, is for the witness to tell the court what actually transpired, what she participated in, what her role was. And my learned colleague wants the witness to accept an intention that she says was never her intention, and that such an instruction was never conveyed to her. It takes us back to the argument of, indeed, on Friday, where we said that this witness will give her evidence. Now, what we are faced with currently here in this court now is that Ms. Buthelezi gave evidence. That was Ms. Buthelezi's evidence. Dr. Mukachwa gave evidence. That was his evidence. Mrs. Sinello is giving evidence, and this is her evidence. It's your ladyship who will have to make that credibility finding to say who is saying the right thing based on the explanation and the intention that was conveyed to this court. But my learned colleague cannot insist on putting his client's version only, as if his client's version is now the accepted and corrected testimony before this court. That is his client's version. The client, Mrs. Sinello, is giving her version, and she is entitled to put her version, and that is exactly what she's doing. You cannot say to somebody what was the intention if they are telling you what the intention was at the time, what instruction was conveyed to them. So, my lady, I submit that it cannot be that Mr. van Bergen wants to tell the witness what the intention was when the witness was given a clear instruction by her superiors as to what her role is at Life Esidimeni.
The point has been made. Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I put not only the version of Ms. Buthelezi, but it was also the evidence of Dr. Mkachwa, what the intention was, and it also appears from Ms. Gordon's affidavit what the intention was. They were signing, so if I can just get the terminology, they signed for the patients.
You have just read that to the witness on page 408.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes,
So
in any event, okay, in any event, Ms. Mboweni, you only raised the objection while the witness had already answered. But these other versions were, the witness was referred to the evidence of Ms. Is it Rochelle Gordon? Yes, your point has been noted. The court has taken note of that. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. I just have one further aspect. It appears from Ms. Gordon's affidavit, Ms. Sinello, that you and Dr. Lenkwani then kept the discharge register. Is that correct?
I disagree because they were made in four copies.
Come again, just a second.
That you did not get.
What is the response?
I disagree, Judge, that you did not get a copy because it was made in 4 copies.
Okay, but if you look at, that is what she's saying, or on paragraph 6 of her statement where you have been referred to.
Yes, I understand. So
you disagree, okay.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
Ms. Sinello, let me put it a different way. Did you keep a signed copy of the discharge register each day?
Yes, I keep a copy of myself for my records at the office. And Zanele kept her own. The NGO went with one.
Ms. Sinello, please just keep the answer to what you yourself did.
Okay.
You said in your evidence that when you dealt with the question of Ubutli Benkosi, whether they got sick patients or not, and you said no, they did not get sick patients. You said maybe they got from Baneng, and you said maybe if I look at my list or at the list I can see. What list did you refer to? The discharge register?
There's a list which says which patient went where.
Well, that would be the discharge register, not so.
It's written a detailed copy according to the case lines, a detailed copy of all the patients who were discharged.
No, but it doesn't show which patient went where.
It does. There is one, but we haven't indicated, you didn't refer me to that case line, but I submitted as one of my annexes.
Well, can you perhaps refer me to the particular page?
I don't have the case lines, but as one of my annexes, that detailed, I submitted that detailed copy of where a patient went to.
So it's not the same as this discharge? No. Which one? The one that you signed, as referred to in this paragraph?
Excuse me, Judge?
It's not the same as what you signed, which is referred to as the one that you were signing for the discharge of the users.
No, it's not the same. There is a detail for each day that this so and so went where, which day, and went to which facility.
Okay.
Can you perhaps just say what the title of that document would be?
To me, it was a detailed copy of Life Esidimeni, detailed.
Just so that we will be able to find the document. You say detailed copy?
Of it's a discharge, patients were discharged from Life Esidimeni. So I'm not sure what you named it there, because it was in my computer, it was a detailed report of Life Esidimeni transfers or something like that.
Do you still have it on your computer?
Yes, but my computer is at home.
Yes. Can you perhaps make a copy available to your counsel, and if she can then make a copy available to Mr. Late to put on case lines. Will you do that?
Yes, I will do that.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mboweni, will you check with your client if she still has the document?
Indeed so, my lady. I will assist
Thank
where
you
I can.
very much. Is it Ms. Maiti?
That's correct. My lady, I do unfortunately find myself in a position where I would have to take instructions from my client, specifically in respect of this handover clinician to clinician issue. Your ladyship would have noted that I did not have much cross-examination in respect of this witness, but when it comes to this particular...
Let me just have, your client is?
Dr. Sophie Lingwani.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So unfortunately, I do see that it is 4 o'clock, and I do not anticipate that the explanation and or interpretation and version that I would have to put towards this witness, my lady, would be a 5-minute conversation that I would have to have with my client. It is clear that this is an important part of the evidence that needs to be provided, my lady. So I would seek an indulgence in order to be able to place the version of my client towards the current witness. I'm just not sure how your ladyship would be able to accommodate me in respect of that.
Was he going to be the next witness, evidence leaders? Ms. Dr. Lingwani?
No, my lady, the next witness is Ms. Hannah Jacobus, as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
Yes.
So, will you be ready tomorrow so that we can finalize this witness?
I will be ready tomorrow, my lady, but I do understand that Ms. Mboweni had indicated Ms. Mboweni will address your ladyship, my lady, but I personally will be ready tomorrow.
Ms. Mboweni?
May it please the court, my lady, I had indicated to my colleagues, most of them or all of them, that the witness has a long-standing appointment for tomorrow. So she's not available tomorrow, my lady.
Can arrangements be made for her just to come for that and then we finish with her? Not tomorrow, so that she can attend. Is it possible to, Ms. Marriott, we are almost done with the witness. Can we continue with the next witness? But my worry is I don't want to keep these witnesses waiting. We know for a fact that we still have people who don't have legal representations who might maybe want to cross-examine this witness. I don't know whether Ms. Maite can also, but we must just note that you opted not to cross-examine her at the time. So the issue that you want to deal with is a limited issue.
Completely limited to the waiting room and the issue of transfer handover.
Because I don't want to keep a witness waiting.
No, I fully understand that, my lady.
Yes, Ms. Marriott, because I don't want us to interrupt the next witness once we start with the next witness.
My lady, the next witness is Advocate Pinaar's client. It's Hannah Hendrika Jacobus. And we've made arrangements for her to come to our office, so if the court can just confirm her availability then for tomorrow.
Come again?
If the court can just inquire from Advocate Pinaar about the availability of his...
Yes, but I thought you were answering my question first before you make your own arrangements. I was just saying, I don't want us, if this witness is not available tomorrow, Ms. Maite might have to shelve her questions at a later stage, because I don't want a new witness to start and be interrupted, in as much as I don't want witnesses to be kept for far too long. But now I'm also thinking that we have those who don't have those NGOs who don't have legal representation now. We don't know whether they would opt to cross-examine once they have legal representation. Or maybe they, yes.
But maybe we can just inquire from Advocate Pinar whether his client is ready to proceed tomorrow, and then maybe take it from there to get just an indication.
Right. Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady. I would only have one request to this honourable court.
Yes.
And that is, there's no objection to Ms. Jacobus being available tomorrow to commence with her testimony, even should it be later in the day. But I would...
Later in the day, what do you mean, Mr. Pina?
My lady, I would not, if the witness, Ms. Sinello, is available later in the day, I'm talking about the afternoon.
Oh, okay.
And we can find out, because I would submit it's not favourable for evidence to be presented in a piecemeal fashion. And I would prefer finalising the witness, Ms. Sinello. And once we're finished with her, Ms. Jacobus can be called as the next witness. I have no objection to that, my lady.
And it means it's going to interrupt our time now, because she had made these arrangements and we were told when she started that she has got this arrangement.
My lady, I'm well aware of that, and I do not. But nonetheless, my lady, I would request the court then, due to the indulgence that's being granted, that we commence with Ms. Jacobus' evidence once Ms. Sinello has been, her testimony has been completed or finalised. We know she's not available. We've been informed accordingly. I got the impression maybe she could be available by tomorrow afternoon. If that is the case, then I would suggest that we proceed with Ms. Sinello, finalise her evidence, my lady. Otherwise, if that is not possible, I would request that Ms. Jacobus then be called on Monday morning, Wednesday morning, my lady, as the first witness, hopefully, or subsequent to Ms. Sinello's evidence being finalised, if it means she's not available for the whole of tomorrow, my lady. That would be equitable. I submit to Ms. Jacobus for her evidence to be presented in chief, and then we should determine what the process is going to be from there forward, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
I would submit that would be prudent at this stage, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Pina. Can I hear the others?
May it please the court, my lady.
Ms. Mboweni, would you like to say something in relating to the availability of Ms. Sinello tomorrow? Is it possible that she can be available tomorrow? I'm just checking.
My lady, due to the nature of the appointment, she cannot be available, and that is why I'd indicated this since Friday. It would be late now for her to change and get an appointment at this belated stage, my lady.
All right, thank you. Can I hear the others?
Good afternoon, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Sibera.
Thank you, my lady.
But I can't see you properly. Let me.
I had a proposal, my lady, that if it's in order with the court takes examine chief of Ms. Gordon, possibly in the afternoon, maybe on Wednesday, after Ms. Sinello has finished testifying, to avoid taking...
Tomorrow is it Wednesday?
Tuesday.
Yeah. Tomorrow is Tuesday.
Tomorrow is Tuesday, my lady. After Ms. Sinello has finished with her evidence, because if the court would start with a new witness, hence Ms. Sinello, she's still under oath, it will complicate Advocate Mboweni's situation to take instructions, because she cannot consult with her while she was still in the box. Then it will again necessitate a further postponement and stop and go. Why I'm proposing that we should take...
Ms. Maite, I've noted you.
Why I'm proposing that we should take Ms. Gordon's evidence in chief on Wednesday is that we take her evidence in chief and stay her cross-examination for the 17th of January. Because if then she testifies and gets cross-examined and we cannot finish her on Friday, the 3rd of December, it will be precisely unfair to the witness. And there's a likelihood that the court might adjourn on Friday when counsel is still busy cross-examining and reserve cross-examination for the 17th of January, which in my view, my lady, will cause a bit of a challenge. And further than that, the court will note that we still have NGOs which we are in the pipeline of organizing pro bonos. And if this court would stay a lot of evidence, we'll have to revisit a number of witnesses. The court will note that Ms. Sinelo's evidence touches a number of NGOs, for example, Precious Angel for Ms. Nube. So I propose, my lady, that we can as well use this week to try and find out with the Legal Practice Council, to try and check how far are the appeals with the Legal Aid Board. And further than that, the court will as well note that Advocate Mapchanya is withdrawn today. We need to invite the owner of Ribafeni, Wopilong Surman and Mamilodi to come to the picture maybe on Wednesday, and the court will advise her of the avenues she can take so that we can as well engage her with the Legal Practice Council and we'll do everything in a collective, my lady. That is my proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Sibara. Miss Maite, did I see a hand? Let me just look. There's a second hand. Who's that?
I think it was Mr. Sibara, my lady. He had
That,
not
that
put it
is
down.
me, my lady.
Okay, Ms. Ramaimela. Okay, or I've noted you. Miss Maite, you may continue.
Yes, my lady, with the necessary respect to my senior, Mr. Sibara, the situation that we are faced in at this point in time is unfortunately not unique to these proceedings. We've had the same situation happen with Mr. Musenehu as well as Dr. Levete, where they were going through cross-examination and another witness had to come in. So this, unfortunately, is not a unique issue, my lady. And much as I understand the fact that Advocate Mapanya has now withdrawn and there's this issue about the NGOs, my lady, I don't think that still is a necessary reason. It's not a new issue that is before the court. Your ladyship, we've always been aware of the issues with the NGOs. My lady, my proposal is, much as there is an understanding that the witness is not available tomorrow, and that is fairly reasonable, I make the undertaking, my lady, that the questions that I have for this witness will not exceed 15 minutes. And that is with me speaking slowly, my lady. It will not exceed 15 minutes. Perhaps your ladyship then would take a round robin from those NGO members and owners who are here to determine who's going to come up next. But to seek to waste the court's time for the next coming 3 days, my lady, I would think it's unfair. Because much as we have to think about not only the families as well as the NGOs, I have got a witness, my lady, who is exceptionally anxious about this matter and also seeks to have this issue resolved and was hoping that it could be done as soon as possible. So it's not just the NGO members who are those who are not represented who are being unfortunately prejudiced, but it's everybody who's involved in the inquiry. I submit that if we do have the capacity and the time to utilize what has already been set down for the week, my lady, we should proceed in that manner. That's my submission, my lady.
So okay, if I understand you, okay, the second part, it's what you do not agree with, but with regard to this witness, I mean, she has got a commitment. If we excuse her for tomorrow, what do you say with regard to the fact that Mr. Pina, he says his witness, he would prefer that the witness can start immediately after she had finished with her evidence.
My lady, with Mr. Pinar being my senior, my lady, and I don't think it would necessarily be prudent for me to say that it's not about his preference. The time was before the court.
Thank you. Ms. Ramaimela. I see I've noted Mr. Van Bergen also. Let me hear Ms. Ramaimela.
As the court pleases, my lady, I just merely wanted to assist with the document that Mr. Van Bergen and the witness may have been referring to about the placement.
Yes.
If the witness can be assisted to go to page 31768.
31678.
No, my lady, 31768.
31768.
The page before that says Annex 14 Randfontein Complex Placement, and then there are several placement of other complexes. So she could just have a look at that and tell Mr. Van Bergen whether that's the document she was referring to, as the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you. Anybody, before we do that, can we discuss this matter and then so that the court can lay to rest so that we should know as to how we're going to proceed? I see it's 4:15 now. Can we dispose of this matter first? Yes, Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. All I want to inquire at this stage is if I may be excused. I will fall in with whatever arrangement is decided upon, but if your ladyship would excuse me at this stage.
Okay, thank you. You are excused. But now there is I think Ms. Ramaimela has just alerted the court to this page. So
yes.
I think this also involves you for the witness to check if this was not the document that she was referring to.
My lady, my attorney is here. He can take down whatever notes are required, and he can just convey the information to me.
The witness will have to look at the document and then...
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much. You are excused. There is another hand there.
It's me, my lady Shabangu.
Mr. Shabangu, yes.
My lady, maybe Ms. Mboweni must indicate whether Ms. Nello will be available. My apologies, my lady, is the sound?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Can my lady hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. At least it's quiet.
My apologies, my lady. Maybe Ms. Mboweni, she must indicate whether Ms. Nello will be available on Wednesday. Then the court can take a direction from there, because so far we don't know whether Ms. Nello will be available tomorrow.
Yes, but the point is tomorrow she's not available.
And she must indicate whether by Wednesday will be she available or not. Then the court must take a direction. Let the court, please, my lady.
Thank you.
My lady, I would just need to take instructions on my client's availability for Wednesday. We have not discussed about Wednesday.
Can you please do so that the court can then decide on the issue, because I see we have gone beyond 4 o'clock now.
Maybe the witness can answer, since we're not in the same room today, my lady. So maybe she can answer whilst she can just switch on her camera and advise the court of her availability for the remainder of the week.
She is still there. She is still there. I can see her. Miss Sinelo?
Excuse me.
I can understand that tomorrow you are not available.
Yes, I'm not available tomorrow and Wednesday. I might be available on Thursday.
And Wednesday?
Yes, I'm not. For the 2 days, I'm not available.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody wants to say something here before I close the matter?
Please. Milady, I have no objections to however your ladyship chooses to structure the days going forward. I don't mind if one witness intercedes another witness. We are really at the end of Ms. Sinello's evidence. I can't see that that would be prejudicial. I think just for my own purposes, I would just really hope for some clarity, perhaps from Mr. Leto or Ms. Marriott, as to who precisely is coming next and when
the
we
next
will have
witness, I think it's supposed to be the Mr. Pinar's client.
Is that Ms. Jacobus?
Ms. Hannah Jacobus.
I ask because I have to hand over to Mr. Watt Pringle
yes.
as of today for a few days, so I just need to brief him properly.
Mr. Pinar, I have just noted all the concerns, your concerns that have been raised. In all fairness, I realize we are almost at the end of this witness evidence. And as I indicated, Miss Maite didn't cross-examine the witness. She has now asked that she's going to take instructions only on this limited issue. And looking at this witness evidence, taking into account that she is at the end of her evidence, I cannot find any prejudice that will be suffered by your client if she starts giving evidence tomorrow, if she is available tomorrow, so that we can proceed. Will the witness be available tomorrow?
As the court pleases, my lady, I presume you're speaking, referring to me, my lady.
Yes, I'm talking to you.
No. My lady, yes, she will be available, my lady.
Yes, and
But-
then I'm just thinking, yes?
No, my lady, I'll, depending on how her evidence proceeds tomorrow, my lady, there
Yes.
may be a further request, but I'll wait. I'm not going to preempt that at this stage. I will have her present so that the evidence can proceed, or the matter, at least the inquest can proceed until, hopefully, until we finalize the evidence in chief, as the court pleases, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. I see there is a hand there. Whose hand is that? Miss Govender?
My lady, if I could just address you on tomorrow. I had canvassed with all of my colleagues during the roll call this morning that I won't be available tomorrow. I had prepared the cross-examination of Ms. Jacobus. I'd sought an indulgence from my colleagues to be able to cross-examine on Wednesday. They'd all graciously agreed to that. I seek the court's indulgence to cross-examine on Wednesday as opposed to tomorrow.
Okay, we'll just check as to how far it goes tomorrow. And then
Yes.
Wednesday you will be present, and Ms. Sinoela says she will be available on, is it Thursday? Ms. Sinoela? All right, okay. So, all right, thank you very much. The proceedings are adjourned tomorrow, and the witness is warned while she's excused only for tomorrow and Wednesday. And we will resume with the evidence of Ms. Hannah Jacobus on tomorrow morning.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you very much. Thank
May
you.
it please the court, my lady.
As it pleases you, ladies.
As the court pleases.
As the court pleases.